A very good morning to you all here from Richmond Athletic Ground. Welcome to the live stream of the Gulliver's Sports Travel Surrey Senior Sevens Tournament. We're here in timeless Richmond in southwest London for this one, and we'll be bringing you the action throughout the day. Following this pitch, number 4 for the group stages, and then into knockouts, concluding with the finals of both cup and plate at around about 5 p.m. Conditions today are shaping up nicely for running rugby sevens. The sun is peeling through the clouds just about. And soon underway, we'll have the first game of the day on pitch 4. It'll be St John's Leatherhead in the green versus University College School London in the maroon shirts, warming up on the right. Both respective sets of players just peeling off to have a final run through of the skills and gather their thoughts. Both these sides will be shown numerous times here on this pitch 4 as we flit between Group H and Group C. And that'll see the sides such as Caterham, Peter Symonds College, Brighton College, Millfield, Haileybury and Moulton College on this pitch. Later on in the day, once the knockouts ensue, it'll all become fast and loose, and we'll keep you up to date with which sides have made it through and which sides are unfortunately having to go home early. Needless to say, but there's so much at stake for all sides here today. Not only is it the last rundown before the big one next week, the Roslyn Park National School Sevens, but this is a fine and revered tournament in its own right. Something we were missing last year after torrential rain called the tournament off, meaning that the last time these players ran out in anger in a sevens match on these pitches, it was back in 2015. Wellington College winning the day then, and they went on to win Roslyn Park a week later as well. It is an excellent indicator of form, this match. This tournament, rather. This match will give us an indication of both sides' form, of course. St John's have played a significant amount of sevens this season already, competing in various tournaments, Shiplake Sevens, Worth Sevens, Reigate Sevens. They've been perennial semi-finalists so far, not managing to take any cups home, but certainly in the mix, and that was on the back of a stellar 15 season too. A 15 season in which they only lost 3 matches to Cranley, Brighton and Epsom. Brighton, a team they will have to get used to today as they play their second match against Brighton College on this pitch at around about 10:40. So the referee runs over to the centre field. We are about to be underway with the first game of the day. St John's have won the toss and elected to kick off. High hanging kickoff reclaimed, or at least passed back by the St John's player. University College look to go quickly and try and spin it wide early on, but ball to the floor means St John's had half a chance there. Bursting up the field, good run from the prop number 1, that was Dan Roach. Bit of pace on this right-hand touchline. First score then for St John's. Easy one in the end for Cameron Height. The blue scrum hatted rather. Man, he will be asked to convert his own score as well. Good start for St John's.
So if we have anybody from Elton College and Trinity, those are the two schools you're waiting for. Elton College and Trinity, you're kicking off at 10:20. If you're on the ground,
Another lovely high hanging kickoff, but UCS deal with it well and maybe have a chance here to show their attacking credentials for the first time. Going down the blind side, potential chance here, stepping out of one tackle. Can he offload? Julian Flenn now, the captain, passes it out wide. UCS within 2 metres of the try line. But great defensive work from St John's as they nab a penalty. UCS return fire by stealing that ball. The captain, Flenn. Number 1, Dan Roach. Showed what pace he had in that first moment and what power he had there as well. That kick from the captain, Flenn, only going to a St John's arm, and this could be, even though he's 50 metres out, their second try. St John's, it'll be run in by Jordan Bond. One simple breakout in his own 22 and he's down the other end. Good gas from the big fella. Not quite successful with the kick, so it stays at 12-0. St John's looking in good form early on here. It's a side which carries very decent calibre coming into this tournament. They're under-16 side last year, so some of those players will be playing in this side now. Won the under-16 Surrey Sevens Cup competition, beating RGS Guildford 50-0 in a comprehensive final, so they have real pedigree in sevens. Direct route for UCS working initially. That frustrating for the captain, Julian Flenn. UCS not carrying so much good form in sevens into this tournament. They have played 10 overall this season, 10 sevens matches individually, that is, won 5 and lost 5 of them, so not quite the momentum you might want coming into a big tournament like this. They're in a very difficult group with the likes of St John's, Brighton College coming later. Real tough opening for them. And St John's on the outside looking for their third try, and it will be Bond again. This time popping up on the left wing, scooting over for that one. Having been unsuccessful with the kick-off, with the conversion after his last try, his kicker says, "Thanks very much for the try, but I'm going to take this one off you." But he also can't manage to find the sticks. Now Plen stretches his legs, going round the outside. Good run from him, but did he manage to get it back legally? He did. It didn't go forward, said the referee. And St John's ruining that ruck for UCS. And unfortunately for Dan Roach, he was penalised for barging. A little bit unfair, he's a big fellow anyway, and he was just standing his ground, but that was the referee's decision. It means another chance here for Bond. But forward pass means that that's the half then. St John's 17-0 up against University College School. Good start for the Leatherhead Base School.
Coming up to half time in the first matches. The 10:20 kick-off on pitch 2 in Group F. We have Epsom College versus Salesian School. On pitch 3 in Group G, RGS Guildford versus KCS. In Group H on pitch 4, Peter Simon versus Catering School. Group I on pitch 5, we have Elton College versus Benedict, and in Group J on pitch 6, we have Trinity School versus Emmanuel. I'm glad I took the day off school officially today, and my boss is here watching his son, and I'll probably let him. Thank you very much.
So they turn around at half-time. The sun, if anything, has come out even more during that first half. It's a far cry from what we experienced in 2016, which was torrential rain, and the whole tournament had to be called off before a ball was even kicked in anger. So very glad to say the weather is behaving itself so far today. Kick and chase on here for St John's. Great pace from this number 14. Picks it up as well and goes in under the sticks. Fine individual and lung-bursting work from the St John's winger. Slick conversion as well. Julian Plen, great pace from this man, and aggressive run as well. Can he go all the way? Hauled down eventually, but fine run from UCS's captain. St John's, do they deal with it? They don't. UCS now having in the ascendancy for the first time. Can they get their first score? Plen cuts back inside, and he fully deserves that try. And good conversion from Ollie Clegg too. St John's playing fast and loose with the ball in their own half, and a little bit lackadaisical there. UCS forced the knock-on. Now Plen going through the middle once more. Starting to make this UCS team fire a little bit in the second half. They were caught cold in that first half by St John's, who started far faster since that try from Plen. They've been camped in St John's half. Jordan Bond is acting at scrum half for St John's at the moment, which is quite a frightening prospect for his opponents. Good tackle from Roach. But St John's break through the line. The referee blows his whistle. Or does he? Possibly from another pitch. Anyway, the upshot is Joe Jelinek scoring the try. Doesn't go 10 metres. So UCS have the tap and go from the centre field. I've seen that mistake quite a few times in the other age categories at the Surrey School Sevens. Such a crucial part of the game in professional sevens, and also at this level too. You can't concede possession so easily like that and expect to win some of these big tournaments. But for St John's in this match, it won't matter. That's great pace on the right-hand wing from this man in the orange boots. I haven't seen too much of him in this game, but he has bagged himself 2 tries nonetheless, that being his second. Time almost up then in this first match here, and next on pitch 4 will be Caterham versus Peter Symonds College in Group H. can UCS have the final say in this match? Once again, St John's ruin their ball though. So that concludes the first match here. Smiles on both sets of players' faces there. It's good to see, and why not? Beautiful sunshine now in southwest London here at the Richmond Athletic. And this one ends St John's 38, UCS 7.
So we're now coming up to 10:20. The game is about to kick off on all pitches. So we have in Group F on pitch 2, Epsom versus Salesian School. Group G, pitch 3, RDS Guildford versus KTS. Group 8, pitch 4, Peter Simon versus Caterham. Group I, pitch 5, Eltham College versus Benedict. And Group J on pitch 6, Trinity and Emmanuel School.
So poised to kick off our second match. Our Peter Symonds College from Winchester in the blue and white shirts on the right hand side of the screen. And Caterham College. Caterham School rather. Caterham happy to throw the ball around in the shadows of their posts. And it's proving a good tactic as they now find the gap in the defence for Peter Symonds, and number 12 for Caterham is storming away for this one. Opening try goes to Tyler Norwood and Caterham. Come into this match, Caterham, in some form, having reached the final of the Worth Sevens last Sunday, eventually going down to KCS in that final, 17 points to 12. And you can see how much they enjoyed turning Peter Symonds College over there. Could be ones to watch in this tournament, Caterham. 15-a-side season was dead down the middle. Played 16, won 8. Going around the outside, good pace from Caterham's number 23. And he'll go in for an all-too-easy second score. Fun in the sun so far for Caterham. Number 10 there attempting that. Kickoff was Az Sharif. Now Peter Symonds, can they firstly just get their hands on the ball and try and control a little bit of play? A few afters there, which the referee decides to just explain his decision. Ball pops out, but Peter Symonds do retain it and finally are on the front foot, but no sooner had that happened, they were thrown into touch. However, the scrum will be theirs. Massive school, Peter Symonds College down in Winchester, Hampshire. Around 4,000 students it caters for. And one of them to come through their doors not so long ago was a young chap called Mike Brown, now playing for England and at this very moment preparing for England's showdown with Ireland on the final round of the Six Nations this weekend. The Caterham scrum half just running into the referee. That was Az Sharif. Good offload though once he does find some space. Great play, bringing in number 13, who just has the pace. We think it's gone behind our blind spot from our vantage point in the film. The referee's arm in the air will tell you that he got it. Try scored by Jack Trantor. Wonder if the referee can take an assist there. A little bit of blocking perhaps from the Peter Simmons College player. I jest, of course. He would have called play to a halt had he felt that he had blocked one of the players, but the result after that kick means it's 17-0 to Caterham.
Coming up to half time in the 10-20 matches. In round 2 at 10:40.
Peter Simmons now very much warmed up and showing the sets of skills they have. They're just being very well marshalled at the moment. Nothing that they can really do about Caterham's defence. It's watertight. It takes the chip though. Good recollection from number 2. That was Jesse Rebird. And going straight for the line, herring off. Number 8, good thinking from Sam Clark, gets Peter Simmons College on the scoreboard. Well, Caterham just went all to sleep there for a second or two, and that's all it took for Clark to score under the sticks. It's a very short dead ball area on this pitch 4, and that will, if anything, discourage players from chipping through and chasing. But prior to that try, it worked very well for the Peter Simmons College schoolboy, and they reduced the deficit going into half-time to 10 points. Caterham go deep. Peter Simmons College having made a few substitutions at half-time. Such a competitive group, this Group H. Millfield are included on the list, so every point counts when Caterham, in the matches they can win, and that's, again, just behind our blind spot. Thought it might have been Caterham's fourth try. But the Peter Symonds College did excellently well in defence to drag him out. As I was saying, Group H consists of Millfield, both sides on display at the moment, and Moulton College.
So we are just missing registration forms from 4 teams who haven't yet kicked off.
And only the winner of each group will progress automatically. There are 8 places available to the best qualifying runner-up in each group. So if you factor in that Millfield are the fancied side in this group, then Caterham, every other side may be thinking to themselves they're playing for second, so they need to ensure that their points difference is high in case it does come down to that in any of the groups. It means Caterham will not be happy with the scoreline staying as it is. They'll want to add on the points, and equally Peter Symonds, we saw their first try in the match earlier on, and they may be fancying that if they can get another score, anything could happen. Peter Symonds College getting to grips with this Caterham attack now. Some of their tackles are landing and sticking, so Caterham having to work harder to get round them. Support play all important, and that was nice. Coming out to number 23, Che. Oh, he doesn't manage to pick it up, but knock on before he did manage to get it down. Good scrum from Caterham, but the Peter Symonds player manages to just get the ball away, and they had no other option there than to boot it downfield. Try and restart. Good chase though from Isaac Pitt, number 9 for Peter Symonds College, but he didn't manage to stop this man from pulling it away really well, and now stepping up the middle of the field. Could be an individual score of some class. And rightly takes his time to grab his breath after that. Real power and balance used in that try. And Ben Oliver, well, on the main pitch here in front of the cameras, he's hit the crossbar from in front of it. Not one he'll want to use for his personal highlights, but Caterham do stretch their lead. Caterham's next match on this pitch at around about 11 o'clock will be against Millfield, so they will have no doubt at least half their mind on that match now, with this one being sewn up. Millfield, of course, such a quality side in 15s and in 7s. Such top performers at this tournament as well, Millfield. They've won it 15 times, no less, since 1984. Hugely impressive school when it comes to rugby, particularly to rugby 7s as well. Wide pass, but the referee pulls the players back to the centre. Just checking on the welfare of the number 4 for Peter Simmons. Looks to have taken a knock there. So scrum to Peter Simmons College, and perhaps their last chance to run with the ball in this first match. They've certainly competed with Caterham in this second half. Had they not been outplayed in the first half, it may have been a much closer affair, but as it is, Caterham off to a great start here in Group H. Millfield is up next for them, but we will be sticking and going back rather to Group C for our next match between Brighton College and St John's Leatherhead. Do stay with us for that one.
Brighton!
So our next match on pitch 4, apologies for the graphics not keeping up with us, but we are actually watching Brighton College versus St John's Leatherhead. Two sides who have had excellent 15 seasons playing off against each other early doors in this tournament here. St John's we saw in action earlier today, winning their first match against University College School. But this will have been in their minds all morning. Interception from Brighton College, could be a first score for them. Pick up and go, driving over is Brighton College, and that's a powerful, powerful beginning. Sucks up St John's defence, and then just took the Route 1 option.
More serious, our ambulances are based at the end of pitch 1. So please go direct to the physio room and they'll call the ambulance if necessary.
Nice conversion, means they're off to the best possible start, Brighton College. 7 points to 0. Really intense beginning this from Brighton College. And they have the penalty. There's certainly a bit of needle between these two sides. You may be able to hear from our field mic the calls from the touchline. Very vocal support here for Brighton. St John's just having to try and gather their wits and live with Brighton at the minute. Sets off upfield. Nice step from Brighton's number 7. And 5 goes around the outside. Knocking on in the process though, so St John's do, by hook or by crook, survive. And win a penalty too. Choosing to play at the pace that Brighton College are bringing to the game. No pause for breath in this Group C match. St John's had it all their own way in the first match, but they're having to work so hard just to survive here. But they fashion this opportunity on the right-hand wing. Cutting inside. Keeping the ball alive really well as well. 3 men out wide for St John's, but number 7, Hugo Coughlin, chooses to go straight. Jordan Bond put the ball down there, giving Brighton a chance to get back into it, unless St John's can work hard to regather. They do. Now, direct line from number 5, Cameron Hine. Proved to be a man capable of breaking the deadlock in the first game, and he's done it again. Injured himself in the process though, so sadly that try coming at a cost for St John's. Credit the break though, and credit the aggression used to get through the Brighton College defence. I mentioned there was a little bit of history between these two sides earlier, as they level the scores up 7 apiece. There certainly is some history here. In the 15-a-side season, St John's lost to Brighton by a point back in September. And then only last Sunday, so a matter of days ago, St John's lost again to Brighton College in the semi-final of the Worth Sevens. They know each other very well, these two sets of players. Brighton have had the edge on them so far. And this is probably why runs like this. Referee says play on, as no offside. Penalty Brighton, and that's reached. That has received the biggest cheer of the match so far from Brighton's support staff and family and friends. Set move from Brighton, switching play. Toby Smith, the number 3, has to take it into contact. Simpson played scrum half. and fed the man popping up at fly half. Perhaps not what a fly half would normally choose to do, run straight. And he has lost the ball, so St John's now with a chance to go ahead. If they keep it in hand, they don't, they chip through. Penalty Brighton, not rolling away in the tackle, St John's, and Brighton now a little bit of a chance here. Smith takes it quickly. Shouts for St John's not being 10. Indeed they weren't. Beadle to Simpson. Going to the wide men outside. Here is one of their key danger men. He scored the first try and he's running through for the second. It's Luke James. There's a star next to his name on my score sheet from his coach. He said he's one to watch out for. Certainly has that star quality so far in this game. Successful conversion, so Brighton head into the break 14-7 up. The match going to form so far between these two sides. St John's have it all to do if they are to turn this one around. We're back underway then here. Second half with St John's trying to pull back a 7-point deficit. Lovely crossfield kick. Beadle, the man, is Brighton's tyro of number 6. Such an aggressive runner, but it's fashioned a chance up the middle for this man with the red scrum hat. Hauled back eventually, and that was great cover defence by St John's. Luke James. Aggressive run again from him, so difficult to pull down. Toby Smith now looking for an opportunity himself. Can he step all the way through? He can. Really good, clever play and use of the space that he had in front of him. Initial bust from James was as you'd expect, and that was really nifty from his teammate Smith.
Racing College Message Manual, so change kicking off approximately 9 minutes time.
Unsuccessful conversion, so St John's still within 12 points, so within 2 converted tries. Great restart work. How athletic was that from the St John's player? Marvellous cover defence though on number 14 Joe Jelinek. We saw his pace in the first game and there again. Clintworth releases, his back's outside. This could be a chance for St John's to square things up. It goes to 7 and Hugo Coughlin does get over the line. Rangy play from Hugo Coughlin on the outside. Just the reply St John's needed. Luke James gets caught collar and ball by the St John's player, so it was deemed illegal though, and this gives Simpson the chance to race upfield. Beadle flick out the back to the try scorer Smith. A little bit too fancy, that from Brighton. Chip and chase as the defenders came up very fast by Brighton College. Not often you see a kick to touch, kick for territory in sevens, but St John's had no other option there really, and they did well. Beadle throws a loose pass. And another one goes up. St John's having an effect on Brighton College in these later stages, disrupting their rhythm. The referee offers Brighton College a way out, penned into the triangle in the corner there. Nice athletic work and good knowledge of the rules from Jelinek rather. Didn't want to pick it up and knew he had to wait for his teammate to do so. So the open play we saw at the beginning of the first half from both sides is not to be seen at the moment as we enter the final minute and a half. Cagey end to this match here. Both sides know what it would mean to lose this one. Simpson slips in the middle of the field by Brighton, and St John's take over. Great offload as well. He's going to be in under the sticks. Try, looks like it was number 14, Joe Jelinek, who got that in the end, and this could be very significant. And if our mathematics is right, then St John's have earned themselves a draw there with that final try at the death against Brighton College. We will just confirm the scorings in the previous conversions gone over, but 3 tries apiece, and we believe 19 all as well. Significant moment early on here in this group, because it'll mean that points difference will really come into play as to who ends up as the group winners. St John's and Brighton College, the most fancied schools in their group. Next up here we have another fancied school for the whole tournament. Millfield will be playing Caterham very shortly. Please stay with us. So the match has come thick and fast here on pitch 4. This is now Millfield versus Caterham. Our graphics will eventually catch up with us. Caterham, we saw in that first match, putting together a very decent performance to beat Peter Simmons College. Millfield, however, are a different kettle of fish entirely. They've won the Surrey Sevens at under-18s no less than 15 times since 1984. Their pedigree as a rugby school is unquestioned, and they're showing no amount of skill here in keeping the ball alive, but Caterham managing to shackle them well and forcing rash passes like that, which will encourage Caterham Now chance for Caterham's danger man, number 23, going round the outside and opening the scoring. Excellent play from him. An oh so casual celebration to boot as well. First chance Caterham have to run the ball through the hands, and it results in a try. Millfield put the chip and chase through, and this is good chasing as well. Well collected by George Brophy. Cian Kennedy, that pint-sized, half pint-sized rather, number 9, who, despite his dancing feet, got into a little bit of danger. The referee was on his side, awarding the penalty. Kennedy again. Henry Provas, powerful run. Basketball style hands too. Millfield now hitting their straps. One of the characteristics of so many Millfield 7 sizes, the patience they play with. They don't mind if the ball goes to ground and if open opportunities don't come, because they know they will eventually. And Josh Wright, when the chance did arrive, had no problems in taking it. The big number 8. Showing a good bit of gas there to skirt through. Conversion after is good, putting Millfield into the lead. Caterham put the ball down, and Millfield were keen to try and mop that up, but in doing so they've allowed him a little bit of space. Interception. This is Cian Kennedy scooting up the touchline, just about stepping out of that tackle. Can he have the gas to go all the way? Dives to make sure and gets there. Nice poacher's try that from Cian Kennedy. Why tackle the man when you can make an interception? Certainly hit the dust bowl down there in the left-hand corner as he dived, but he won't mind too much. He's got his first try to his name, and Millfield's second in this match, more importantly. Palmed back, good restart work by Millfield, and number 6, he looked to pass it, but in the end he just felt there was a bit of space to his right, enough to go in. George Brophy. Does just show the value of an effective restart system when you play it like that. It's so effective. So Millfield at the end of this first half in control, really. They conceded the first try, but that was relatively the last time Caterham had the ball. It's been all Millfield since then. 19-5 at the break. So just a confirmation we're able to bring you of the last result on this pitch. We did have it as our score as 19-all, and that was indeed the final score as well. 19-all between St John's, Leatherhead and Brighton College. My gosh, those two schools are so evenly matched in 15s and in 7s this season. This match not so evenly poised at the moment. Millfield in charge. Playing some good stuff too. Caterham though have the ball in the hands of undeniably their best player and speedster, and he scoots off around the outside again. Nothing 3 Millfield players can do. That is a score of individual brilliance. And it seems a basic tactic, but it looks like for Caterham, if they can get the ball into the hands of this man, they will score tries. It's not often that many Millfield boys experience, not often that 3 Millfield boys in a row experience being burnt around the outside, but that's what the Caterham player did there. His kicker has followed up with an admirable effort, but not quite. So 19-10. Caterham, if they can get their hands on the ball, they are unbelievably dangerous. And as Sharif tries to put it up into the sun, but Millfield deal with it well. This is Brophy, who scored a very good try just before half-time. Millfield going backwards with it, but seemingly just as happy to go backwards as forwards at some points in 7s. That was Carl Morgan putting in a switch. Nice hands from Brophy. Was it deliberate? It doesn't much matter. Back to Brophy. And it's 10 metres forward, 20 metres back at the moment for Millfield, but slowly, slowly they work their way up the field. Joe Sargent putting away Carl Morgan now, and Carl Morgan, without really having to break stride, glides through. It's the attritional way Millfield play 7s. They just run you ragged. No dramas at any point, despite the ball hitting the deck numerous times. They were all very happy just to pick it up, play on, and find a bit more space, and that's exactly what they've done there. Restart causes havoc in the Caterham defence. So extra territory again for Millfield. Good territory here from which to launch something. Such a rugby factory, Millfield, down in Somerset. Produced the likes of Jonathan Joseph and Chris Robshaw, and that's really just to name a few. But my goodness, what a sevens player Jonathan Joseph would have been. In the Millfield colours, that's where he learnt his trade. Chris Robshaw, jury perhaps out on his credentials as a sevens player, but no doubt when he was in school colours and perhaps weighing a few or several kilos lighter, would have been a decent player, no doubt. This, though, is Carl Morgan scoring his second try within a minute. Difficult to even lay a finger on Carl Morgan at the moment. Millfield plucked that out of the sky fantastically well. Hasn't worked out for them, but the actual act of the kick and the collect there from Millfield was fantastic. It's an advantage, it's a skill which every side that Millfield produce are so good at. Ball to the floor, and Caterham really don't seem so interested anymore. Number 14 wrestles with the Caterham player over the line, desperately trying to force him to put it down or take the ball off him, one or the other. Chance then perhaps to see if Millfield have any set moves up their sleeves from a scrum like this. Might have been a chance, but Caterham ruin it. Morgan looking for his hat-trick. Pops it off. Every Millfield player capable of going themselves. And 15 passes it on to Morgan again. Bit more space now. Morgan once more has it, and he will get his hat-trick score in this match. He has been their danger man in the second half without ever really looking like he's got out of third gear. It's a hallmark of some of the best players to be able to shift it without looking like it. Morgan looks like he has that skill, and it means the match ends with 40 points on the board for Millfield. Our next match on pitch 4 then, Haileybury versus University College School in Group C, will be starting momentarily. So we're under starters orders now between Haileybury and University College School. Haileybury in the maroon shirts on our right. Sorry, University College School in the maroon shirts on our right, and Haileybury in the similarly clad red shirts. So a slight kick clash, but there's more white in the Haileybury outfit, so that should keep them easy to identify. Haileybury down from Hertford today, and starting very fast in this match is Haileybury's number 13. This is Jamie Hoyes streaking away for the first try. Really nice play from the number 13. Welcome to the main pitch. Haileybury's turn to put it up in the air. UCS, this player streaking out of one tackle. Really nice work to get away from that tackler, but he's being hauled back from number 25. Has to look for support and does so. Finds his number 4, Sam Richardson, in good support. Less than 2 minutes on the clock and 2 tries. We saw UCS in action earlier on today in the first match against St John's Leatherhead. They were quite convincingly beaten in that one, but towards the end of the game they showed through their captain, number 7, Julian Plen, that they certainly have a little bit about them. And they're causing Haileybury something to think about in the first minutes here. The ease with which Haileybury scored that first try, you might have thought that they might run away with it. UCS showing what they're made of. Offload now as well to Plen, who has a yard or two on his opponents and doesn't need much more than that. Skipping through. And converting it as well. So UCS now back in the lead. Well, in the lead for the first time, rather. Ball not going to end from the kickoff, so Haileybury take it quickly, and in their number 13 here, it takes a rather direct route. Seen a gap has number 99, Spencer Owen. Good play from Spencer Owen. Drifts wide, so the scores stay at 12 all. Haileybury coached by another Owen, Michael Owen, the former Wales number 8 and second row. Former Wales and Lions number 8 and second row, I should say. We'll have to run our background checks to see if it is his son Spencer who has just scored that try, but for now, no reason to think they are relations. Out to the try scorer Hoyes. Puts in a kick for Spencer Owen again. Can Owen gather? Gets it down. Watched it carefully. His second score. Haileybury's third. Dawes can't manage the conversion on that occasion. Hardly a breath of wind out here on pitch one, so the kickers' inaccuracy here is all their own doing. There's been quite a few kickoffs that haven't gone 10 metres. Gives UCS the chance to strike back if they can. Haileybury disrupt though, and this is Hoyes who picks it up himself. Scored a length of the field try to open things up for Haileybury. Owen now. Now the other number 13, Ollie Heasel, steps inside. Heasel goes and reaches and gets there. Haileybury ending the half with a healthy bank balance, 24 points to 12. Spencer Owen kicks off. Such a well judged kick, that one, right on the 10-metre line. UCS do really well to handle it. Stepping out of a couple of tackles is this number 11 throwaway pass. No look, but it worked out. And now number 4, Sam Richardson, races away. No one in front of him to even lay a finger on him. His second try, and UCS still alive and kicking in this match. Was an audacious no-look pass from the number 11 with the ball in his hands at the moment, Theo Fournier. UCS within 7.
The next round of match is kicking off in approximately 10 minutes' time.
Fend off from Spencer Owen, gets around the captain, Plen. Now chip over the top. Foot race, and whoever gets the bounce will have it. Spencer Owen, it was within his grasp.
3, Dalton versus RDS Guildford. Group 8, pitch 4,
Ollie Clegg it was, though, who tidied things up.
Moulton versus Peter Simmons.
But good chase nonetheless by Haileybury. They do get the 5-metre put in.
Group J, pitch 6,
Spencer Owens
downside,
showing himself to be quite a talent in this match.
left under 7.
Low centre of gravity and can step off either foot. This is Dawes.
Sorry, under 18.
Hoyes off the floor, now out to Owen, who will go in from here.
On the side of pitch 3. Alex will try and draw. School teachers, if you'd like to pop over, there's a shirt somewhat dubious heritage. I believe it might be wrong. But,
Well, they're looking at a very sharp team. UCS, credit to them, they've scored 3 tries in this game, but Haileybury seemingly can score whenever they want to. certainly coming into this tournament with a good bit of form. They won the Hertfordshire County Sevens 2 weeks ago. And before that they reached the final of the Seaford Sevens, where they lost to Bedford School. Overall their Sevens record before this game was played 23, won 14 and drawn 1, losing the rest. But if you're to read the runes of this match, it looks like, although in defence they may have some weaknesses, they are pretty formidable in attack. Another good step upfield from Theo Fournier. Tricky man to put down is Theo Fournier. And that pass has opened things up for Sam Kay, who switches it inside. Support line was there but didn't manage to take it, and knock on. Unfortunate for UCS. Haileybury start the breakout, but it peters out into a line out for UCS. Fortunate for UCS there, just the knock on by them, apologies, knock on by Haileybury. Haileybury's next match after this will be against Brighton College, who we saw in action earlier in their draw with St John's Leatherhead. That could also be quite an interesting tussle. The Sussex side, Brighton, against the Hertford-based Haileybury. There's a cross London, across the south of England rather, challenge there. Haileybury perhaps with that match in mind, looking to ensure they go into it in the best possible way. Another score in this match would help. Really big fend from number one, and lovely pass out the back. Finds Spencer Owen, who gratefully gathers it and skips in. But that try was all about number one, Harry Collins's flip out the back. Great stuff. Takes the score to 36-17, and the referee will call it a day there. Ultimately a great win for Haileybury, but they were pushed throughout most of that match by UCS. Credit to them.
Just need to change my battery, mate.
Next match on this pitch will be Moulton College versus Peter Symonds College. So if you're just joining us at the start of this match, well, halfway through rather, Moulton have got off to a flyer. 3 tries. Looking really impressive, and Peter Simmons College unable to live with them at the moment. First chance for them to get their hands on the ball. Opportunity then for Peter Simmons College. Bit of a foot race, number 5 herring after it, but good defence from Moulton, it has to be said. Moulton College, one of the AASE sides competing in the Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Sevens this year. AASE standing for Advanced Level Apprenticeships in Sporting Excellence. They compete in the North Division. They've made the trek down south to try their hand here, making a good going of it in this match, certainly. Peter Simmons College, though, trying hard to break down the defence, having to work really hard to keep the ball, and eventually they run out of men, and this will be the 3rd try for number 11, William Brennan, for Moulton College. Hat-trick for him already. Composed kick, given that Wellington College were doing their warm-up around him as he took that. Comprehensive first half from Moulton College then, 26 points to 0 at half-time. So the referee just checks that all numbers on both sides are equal. Moulton College get their hands on the ball, and when it's in the shape of Matthew Waring, that's a formidable proposition for Peter Simmons College to have to deal with. Huge player for an under-18. Saw in the first half a try from Harry Warren as well, another sizable fellow, and Some of the sides down here may well be looking at Malton College and thinking, were they to come across them, they might be put up quite a challenge. Certainly an unknown quantity slightly coming into this tournament. Long pass over the top. Great collection, although pickpocketed by Malton. And now, could this be a fourth try? Number 11, William Brennan, scoots over. Really enjoying his day out, William Brennan. You question whether in this weather he needs the Under Armour, but whatever it's for, it's certainly working for him. So if you're joining us today, welcome to the live stream of the Gulliver Sports Travels Surrey Senior Sevens competition. We're following groups H and C this morning, and now this is a great chance for Peter Simmons in this match, their first time to run into open space, although it's swiftly ended and Malton College are back on the charge. Zachary Bean fires it out to Will Brennan, who fancies a fifth try. He's already got 4 today. That time Peter Simmons do get their hands on the lively right winger. This matchup being a Group A clash, a Group H clash rather. Malton College will be sticking with their next game as well as they face Millfield. So in many ways the perfect build-up for a side like Millfield. This match for Malton College, they've been stretched a little bit at times by Peter Simmons College, but certainly been allowed to hit their straps and get into their rhythm. And now here, will he give it on? He does. To his gas man out wide. But right after this match, we'll be going back to Group C for Brighton College versus Haileybury. Brighton College drew their last match on this pitch with St John's Leatherhead. Really nice, really good tussle, that one, about an hour ago. Haileybury we saw about half an hour ago, looking in good shape in their victory over University College School. Now, can Peter Simmons College try and get on the score sheet? Nice break up field. School of 4,000 boys, so they've had a wide pool to choose from here, but they haven't managed to trouble Moulton. Certainly haven't troubled the scorers anyway in this match. Peter Simmons College from down in Winchester. They are the alma mater of some significant rugby talent, no less than Mike Brown, the England fullback, went through the doors at Peter Simmons College. Zachary Bean drops that final ball, but the referee draws things to a close. Convincing win for Moulton College. They will be very content with that and now switch their attentions to their next match against Millfield, the 2014 Surrey Sevens champions. Next match on here though, Brighton College versus Haileybury. Welcome back. Brighton College kick-off. Haileybury in the dark red and Brighton College in the red and amber stripes. The graphics will eventually catch up with us, but not as quickly as Brighton are starting. Number 4 scurrying down this near side wing. Really good start for Brighton College. Try scored by Max Clark. This time Haileybury make a better fist of the restart and have the first chance to set their backs off, and choose not to. They go for a foot race, deep kick, and that's actually a very mean bounce right in the corner. Good chase too. Ollie Moody that was tidying it up. Now on to Dawes. Flick out the back to Hoyes. Hoyes has some real pace, as we saw in that first match. Brighton, though, escaped from that great cover tackle on Hoyes there. Luke James in the number 1 with that slightly awkward, throwing that slightly awkward pass. He is a real one to watch for Haileybury. Such a powerful and balanced runner. There he is with his hands on the ball there. For Brighton College, rather. Tom Smith, this is, putting his foot to the floor. And he'll go in all the way. Very easy in the end. Thought he might be up against someone of a similar pace, but he just burnt off the opposition. Such fantastic conditions here today at the Richmond Athletic Ground for Rugby Sevens. The morning dew has been burnt off, and it's a perfect track for sides like Haileybury and Brighton College to play some running rugby. Haileybury with work to do though now in this match. Forward pass there just as the winger set off on his run. Good turnover from Haileybury gives Hoyes this chance in the centre field. Switching inside with Spencer Owen. Now this is Dawes. Goes loose and almost regathered by Brighton. Stolen really well by number 4 from Brighton College, and he's streaking away as well. Max Clark does the dirty work to steal the ball himself and then takes all the glory. Great individual score as we come up to half time. Conversion after is good, taking things to 17 points to 0 at half time. I do apologise, we have an extra bit of play before we go into it, before we go into half time. Now, can Haileybury muster something before they go into the break? They really need to if they want to have any chance in coming out on top in this match. That's a nice pirouette and a second one as well in there from Sam Capayat. Dawes takes it quickly. On to Hoyes, over the top. Goes to the other number 13, Ollie Heasel. So Haileybury do have something to show for their efforts. Dawes' effort goes to the right of the posts and means Haileybury have a 12-point deficit to try and overcome in the second half. It will be a tough ask against a side like Brighton College. 17-5 to Brighton at the break. High hanging kickoff from Haileybury. It puts the cat amongst the pigeons for Brighton slightly, but they do regather. So you do get some of these quirks when you broadcast live from the side of a rugby match, and we've just had that happen right here. The ball kicked out, goes under the truck from which we're broadcasting in, and the number 2, who is just taking his place back in the line out for Brighton, we have to thank for rescuing that ball. Jay Parvin, not just a rugby player, also a first-class ball boy on that occasion. So Brighton return to the action. Skipping up the touchline, kick was put in by John Searle and picked up. Definite chance for the second try, rather the fourth try, sorry, for captain Harry Venn. Haileybury all at sea there really, as Brighton just chipped and chased and regathered really well. Brighton seem very happy taking their tries in any form. Seemingly there's no set one style of how they do it. Have a great pragmatism about how they play. And the try scorer Harry Venn is being hauled off after that effort. Smith knew something was up with that. Landed in the breadbasket, but it had been knocked on. A little bit of afters there from the Haileybury player who'd had the ball robbed off him. The referee decides to ignore it. Brighton keep playing. Tom Smith now going round the outside. Such a deceptively quick player. And having made the running there, he has the luxury of just being able to touch it down in all the time in the world. Toby Smith scoring that try. So if you're watching this live and you fancy looking at how other sides are doing in this tournament as well, there are 40 teams down here today, so the action on spread over several pitches here. You can follow all the action on surreyschools.co.uk. For now, we're sticking with this action here as Haileybury now show a little bit more about what they're about. Harry Collins that was with the charge upfield. But Brighton, as ever, get the ball back and return in kind. Chip and chase is on now for Haileybury, almost regathered Sam Capayert. Not quite managing to keep it within his grasp. And now Collins drops on. Unfortunate for Haileybury. If you are looking to stay up with all the scores across all the pitches here, it is surreyrugby7s.co.uk which you go to, and you can track any side you're interested here via that. Results are in real time or just about real time. Pretty fast anyway. Haileybury just desperate to try and get something at as this match draws to a close. Brighton so stubborn though in defence and win a penalty from that. You might have thought they would have played on there. The referee thought the advantage hadn't been given, and they'll take it from here. Big fend from Collins. Brighton College just walk that one out then to finish the game off. At least number 11 thought he'd finish the game off there. Owen choosing to go himself off the back of the line out. Brighton though so deft at stealing that ball away from their opponents. Haileybury have been completely undone by that today, and by Brighton's power and direct play. Brighton take the spoils of this game, 29 points to 5. Next on, we're switching to Group H for Moulton College versus Millfield. From what we've seen of both sides, that could be a very feisty encounter indeed. Moulton College, one of the biggest sides in this tournament in terms of physical player size. They have some real monsters in their team. And Millfield, they have that classic style of play, don't they? Drawing opponent players from one side of the pitch to the other before striking. That'll be underway very shortly on this pitch.
12. On pitch 2, it will be First Tier Points against Seaford College. On pitch 3, it will be SDF Filton against Eton Fifth School. On pitch 4, it will be Malton College against Millfield. On pitch 5, it will be Cranley against Western College. And on pitch 6, it will be Downside against Oakland College. You can please make sure you're available on those pitches at 12.
Millfield visibly and audibly pumped up for this, geeing each other up on the sidelines before this match. High hanging kick into the sun though means that the player underneath it, the Millfield player, knocked it on. Set to be a close encounter, this one. Malton College looked so impressive in their first match. What's more, they look like they had so much more to offer. This man putting the ball into the scrum is a real danger man for them. Will Brennan, great pace. Millfield's defence is so organised though. Here's Brennan. Tom Berman looping over the top and giving a great ball out of the tackle. Millfield cover defence scrambles well. Brennan pauses, chooses the man to go to, and it's Joseph Patrick. Switches up in midfield, strong run. The ball was there to be taken, but he took it to floor. Now Brennan again, everything going through the man with the red sleeves here. Ball goes out wide. Berman, who set it up with great hands, out the tackle. Brennan pops off. Harry Warren, that is, taking it in. Umpteen phases now, which Malton College have gone through. Great credit to Millfield's defence. They look so organised, yet to have been unpicked, but it could be Will Brennan that does that. Or it could even be Harry Warren. It is Harry Warren. The rapier Brennan was pulled to the floor, but the bludgeon Warren managed to batter the door down and go in under the sticks. First try to Malton College. And they had to do that the hard way, as you always do against Millfield. Here's another exciting player to watch. Carl Morgan, number 11 for Millfield. This is Brophy, Number 6 onto Cian Kennedy. And Millfield imprecise in their passing there, and it goes out for a throw. Brennan going round the outside. Manhandled by the Millfield defence though. And they managed to steal a penalty as well through George Brophy. Jasper Windsor-Clive, hands back to Brophy. Stepping in and out. Doesn't need to get out of third gear. Cool as you like finish from Brophy. Brophy, the man, of course, that won that penalty in his own half and then set up the attack to finish it as well. That's a nice bit of symmetry there from George Brophy. And the points after are good as well, so Millfield back on level terms. Millfield pickpocket the ball. Really good turnover deep into Moulton's half. Kennedy goes to the left, the diminutive number 9. Brophy on the switch. Harum scarum stuff this a little bit from Millfield, but on the charge now is number 8, Josh Wright. Good try. Well worked from Millfield. Moulton having to get used to a feeling familiar with many sides who've played Millfield down the years, not even being able to touch the ball. Their restart system is so good, Millfield's, and there they disrupt Moulton, who do get it back through a little bit of elaborate skills. Nice back pass through the legs, that, and it may work out very well for them here. Although Millfield playing the advantage now. Carl Morgan skips through, and now he will have to get into full throttle if he is to stretch away from the defenders in Moulton College's side. He does that, goes in under the sticks. Unable to convert that though, so who knows what that will mean come the end of this match. But at the moment, Millfield go into half-time well and comfortably in the lead, 19 points to 7. Catch was taken by Harry Warne there. Scorer of Moulton's only try so far in this match. Warne in again, upended by Cian Kennedy. Penalty against Cian Kennedy, but impressive nonetheless that he managed to lift up the sizable frame of Harry Warne. Will Brennan there knocking the ball on. Such a dangerous talent when he's got it in his hands, but he'll be kicking himself with that one. He doesn't need much space in which to work to create an opportunity for himself. Kennedy indicates to his number 10 that he wants someone outside him, and this is Brophy on a nice line. Brophy gives it out wide to number 15, who just about gets there. Nice skills from the Millfield backline. George Brophy unsuccessful with that conversion, but Millfield now in cruise control in this match. We were talking a lot about Will Brennan, the number 11 for Millfield in the first game. Well, in this match, Millfield are showing how their stardust is sprinkled across the side. No one standing out particularly, but in the likes of Brophy, Cian Kennedy, they have talent to spare. Joe Sargent is with the bandage around his head, the number 7, fetching that ball back. Offload almost from Connor Burns. Ball comes out though, so chance for Moulton, but they knock it on in the process. Both these sides hailing from outside of Surrey County. Moulton College coming down today from Northamptonshire, and Millfield coming up from Somerset. Brennan, what can he do from this position? Gets up and running and going round the outside so easily. Fantastic score from Will Brennan. That's what he does so well. Hasn't had the chance to do that yet, but you can just see that when he gets motoring, so difficult to keep up with.
Minutes time, the 12:40 game. The beginning of round 5 will be kicking off.
Conversion miss, so the gap stays at 12 points.
Two, champion Rock Britain. Group C on pitch 3, Wellington and Dulwich. Group C on pitch 4, Brighton and UCS. Group D on pitch 5.
That going high, really difficult one to take. Millfield do recover it though after one bounce. Brophy short to Sargent.
control tent as you look out. They have a small competition start. Comes with a shirt that's red in colour.
Fair contest, says the referee, and Moulton take advantage.
Four players.
Strong running here, shakes off one tackler, and Moulton are in again. Number 5, this time it's Curtis Dorks. Now, will that... is there enough time on the clock for Moulton to perhaps get another try? This conversion fairly crucial, but it goes to the left-hand side. So 7 points in it now. Milford look to be taking control of that ball, doing what they do best, but they coughed it up. And Moulton were on hand to take advantage, so all of a sudden this match coming alive in its late stages as a contest. Needs another high-hanging restart. He delivers just that on the money, although must have only been a matter of inches, but the referee didn't see it go 10 metres. And as you can see, Millfield taking their time. Brophy to Sargent. Good hands here. On to Kennedy. Kennedy scored from a similar position earlier in this match, and he's cutting inside now. Brophy now straightens up himself, goes all the way through. Lovely step from Millfield's number 6. Kennedy, the man who set him up with that nice pass, but superb line it was from Brophy to goes through the middle. And that brings the match to a close. So in the end, the scoreline has a positive sheen on it, a very positive sheen for Millfield. Moulton just left it too late to make a comeback, and Millfield, well, they had too much in the tank, ultimately. As the players shake hands from this one, we're going to be reverting back to Group C now. Brighton College versus University College School. Brighton College look to be in some form at the moment. They've hitting their straps, and University College School, well, they will be up against it in this match, but we'll have to see what's in store. So UCS get us underway. Fine breakout this to start the match from number 10 for Brighton College. Can he fend them all off? Joe Richardson gets back and puts in a thumping tackle. Brighton start matches so quickly. We've seen that in the first 2 games, and if you're not completely switched on, you're going to be under your posts or within the shadow of your posts, and UCS are the latter on this occasion. Good covering defence in the end. But credit that run by Josh Jones. Now Brighton steal it out of that maul and dive over. Goodness knows how he managed to do that one, but very deft pickpocket out of the maul. Conversion after is good too, so as they've done in every match so far, Brighton College get off to a good start.
3 and 4. The last 2 rounds of matches, which kick off at 1:20 and 1:40, we're going to swap pitches. So at 1:20 and 1:40, games will be swapped over. So games from pitch 4 will be played on pitch 3 and vice versa. Which is so that we can get the lovely faces on the television live feed for people watching the internet to see somebody else playing rather than the teams they've seen all morning. So that game kicking off at 1:20 and 1:40, Group B and C, Group G and H, those matches will swap.
The aggressive Brighton defence just forces the knock-on from UCS.
The referees will know. So
University College School, based up in Hampstead in North London. Brighton College down on the south coast in Sussex. Max Clark with the jink after picking the ball up out of the scrum, and this setting off upfield. Great pace, bursting through the middle and dotting down is number 12, John Searle. Connor Cook, high hanging kick and plucked out of the air by the charging Brighton College chaser. Although holding on to that one, full credit the determination to pick that one out the sky. Nice step up the middle by the UCS player. He passes on to Fournier. Brighton though, still the ball back illegally so UCS have it here. Actually that break was by Johnny Gurning. This is now Julian Flenn. But careless with the ball there is UCS's captain, and Brighton now in Toby Smith. Going round the outside, Smith deceptively quick. He is hauled down in the end.
There are 6 runners-up going through to the main competition. This is not one your group. It does not mean you're out of the tournament. Please do not disappear until the draw.
Max Clark changes the direction of the attack and now chips off the outside of his boot for himself. Can he regather? Does do admirably well there. Now this is the try scorer once more, John Searle. Play on, says the referee. Of UCS knocked it back, and now Brighton get their penalty. They take it quickly. Round the outside, Jones goes in at the corner. Connor Cook's conversion doesn't find its target, so 19-0 to Brighton College. As you see with so many of the best sides in sevens, it's the restart which they are experts at, noticeably better than other sides, and Brighton are certainly that. Searle again gets on his bike, cruising around the outside. Lovely try from him, such good pace, hasn't he? When he puts his foot to the floor, there's no stopping him, certainly hasn't been in this game. At half-time then, Brighton 24 points to 0. UCS then, the task for them in this second half is firstly just get on the score sheet, determine run that from Dan Roach. Now this is the captain, Julian Flynn. We've seen what he can do in previous games and he does it again. Captain score, trying to get his team back into this match somehow. Fine score from Flynn, who is showing himself to be a very handy player. Unfortunately, UCS have found it hard to get into games right from the beginning so far. When they do, though, the likes of Sam Richardson there and Flynn are talented individuals and they can cause some trouble, but running up the middle here is Harry Simpson. Good break from him and it's carried on well from The number 14, Plen, goes back, the number 11 rather. Toby Smith, manhandled into touch. Good scramble defence in the end from UCS. So we just wait for a couple of substitutions. Line out from Finn Bennett and collected by him. To the new man on, Jake Bladesdell. Now Plen sees another gap. But Brighton pick it up in the form of Simpson. Toby Smith ducking inside, looking for support, does get it out to Noah Marshall. Back to Marshall, on to Jones. Jones desperately stretching out of that tackle and reaching for the line. Another good try from him. Josh Jones setting the tone for this match really with that break right from the very beginning where he almost went over the whitewash himself. Moments later Brighton did break the deadlock, and ever since then it's been pretty much one-way traffic.
Western College versus Elton College. Group J on pitch 6, Oakland College versus Trinity. Just a reminder that the matches after that kicking off at 1.
As we see Brighton College start to ring the changes, they're confident that they've got this match wrapped up.
Play pitch 4 on the programme, he's dropping on the pitch 3 and vice versa, so that you can get this to play the stream live on the internet. Also, please, the schools, when you finish your last game, please do not disappear. The draw for the afternoon involves runners-up going through and a dedicated Surrey plate competition. That will not be sorted out until 2:15, 2:20 earliest, so please do not depart until then, once you're absolutely sure that you are not involved this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Very slick line-up move from UCS. Now this is Plen setting up on his bike again. Joe Moore, nice offload from him, the number 3. Plen, chip and chase. Is it meant for himself? It is, stretching out his legs, but it was regathered by Brighton's captain. Well, there was a bit of blocking done on Plen, so he'll take the tap and go himself, putting in the chip hit for the new man. Picked up really well from Jake Bladesdale. No one in support though, so Brighton have robbed that off the floor. Pressure on the kicker, but got away excellently well. Bladesdale goes back. What can he do from here, the number 10? Set of fresh legs on. Dan Roach charging forward. This is herring towards the line. Direct running from him, and UCS deserve that. conversion after is good. For Brighton College, the rest of this match is all about racking up the points if they can. They drew with St John's Leatherhead earlier on in this group. And from that moment then, it set those two sides up as competing for finishing top of the group. Only the winner of the group is guaranteed a place in the next round. As this is Simpson setting up off on his bike. Good solo run. Julian Plen, though, it was that dragged him into touch. Good pace from him. In fact, I must apologise, it was Alfie Beadle who has that number 6 on his back. Points difference potentially very important in this group for Brighton. Only the person who finishes top of the group qualifies, and the runner-up will have to be one of the best placed runners-up in order to go through. Calculating that could well come down to points difference, so Brighton will be desperate to get another one on the score sheet if they can. University College School, though, want to end on a high themselves. This is Kozak. Ball turns over, though. Josh Jones then picks it up and decides he's had enough of this. Ball goes out. Brighton College run out winners of that one, 29 points to 12. Waiting in the wings, we have Millfield and Peter Simmons College. Stay tuned for that one. So Millfield going into their final match in the group stages, sitting pretty on 2 wins, and now playing Peter Simmons College, who haven't managed to get a win on the board just yet. They'll find it tough against their opponents from Somerset, that's for sure. Millfield straight into their stride in this match. Sargent recycling the ball down this way. And a break upfield from 10. Jasper Windsor-Clive goes in for the first one in under a minute. Joe Sargent just pushing that one right to the limit. Didn't go 10 metres though, so back to the centre field go Peter Symonds College. Stepping out of the tackle is number 3, James Pike. Connor Burns now stretching his legs after making an opportunity for himself. Can he reach the try line? He can't, but he offloads well. And the support runner was there to finish things off. Second try for Millfield. Superb conversion from some distance there by Joe Sargent. Well taken by Pike. Makes some yards too. Peter Symonds College just about keeping hold of the ball, but perhaps for how much longer? This is Fergus Swales who puts boot to ball, and looking to return it from here is Joe Sargent. Stepping through one and then streaking off for himself, Millfield's number 16. Good try, but really the pressure Peter Symonds College were under. Kicking was the only option, but kicking to touch might have been the better choice there, with Joe Sargent all the time in the world to pick the way which Millfield would attack through, and that's exactly what they did. Boot to ball from Peter Symonds College. Well, that's one way to deal with a Millfield restart. Just hack it forward, actually quite effective. Play on, says the referee, as Burns regathers it. Pop off back inside, and 15 is ghosting through. Millfield 4 tries already, and Peter Symonds College, they can only really try and delay the inevitable here. Now, can Peter Symonds College break out of their own half here? Ball goes back, and they're under their own posts here. So yes, kicking may be the only way out of that one. So whilst we're watching Millfield being in complete control of this one, thinking ahead to their next match in the final 16, as the winner of Group H, they will be playing the winner of Group G, which we will try and confirm for you as soon as we can, but it could be a number of schools. King's College School, Royal Grammar School Guildford being one of the teams potentially. As we see here, Joe Sargent going around the outside and rolling over, choosing not to go himself, but the end result is exactly the same. Millfield's 14, easy pick-up for him there. Respite then for Peter Simmons College. 35-0 from Milford in the first half. That is the most comprehensive beating we've seen so far today. Well, I say beating, of course, there is a second half to come, but against 35 points down advantage, it would take a miracle if Peter Simmons College can get back into it. Peter Simmons College catch up with Millfield just short of Millfield's 10-metre line. It's relatively the first error we've seen from Millfield in this match, that missed pass. Tidied up by Connor Burns though, who is racing upfield. Pins his ears back and has the attentions of a Peter Simmons College player, but does enough, more than enough, to fend him off and touch down for a score of his own. Nice individual try that for Connor Burns. Now he converts his own score too. Millfield then perhaps looking at a lineup in the last 16 which will see them pitted against Beech and Cliff School. Beech and Cliff School not yet confirmed, but they are the leaders in Group G, who Millfield, as the winners of Group H, would progress to facing. Another fine work at the restart, and Kean Kennedy now ducking inside, handing off another one. Determined run from the diminutive scrum half. There's the man who created it with good work from the kickoff, now Burns. And 16 for Millfield goes in. Slick, ruthless, and very effective.
See that the referee on pitch 3 is still fresh at half time.
This time Peter Simmons do get their hands to it, but it is effectively the same result. When Millfield do this, it's on a morale thing for Peter Simmons College. It's just so hard to play against, and that just means making your first up tackles even more difficult. Millfield running through the phases. Burns goes by himself and then offloads to 16, who throws a miscalculated pass, and Peter Simmons College survives. So good defence from the Winchester-based school. And breaking upfield. This is a nice breakout here. Hauled back by good Millfield defence, and although they stole in contact, it was done so illegally, deemed the referee. So full credit to Peter Simmons College for repelling that attack and making their way to coming up to the halfway line. Penalty for not rolling away in the tackle. This is James Pike, who has managed to stand up to these Millfield boys admirably in very adverse conditions here. What can they put together? Alex Sparks placing the ball back. Now out to Jesse Ribeiro. Stepping inside is Ribeiro. Now nice ball round the back, and it is a try. Isaac Pitt. Fantastic moment for Peter Simmons College and Isaac Pitt. Conversion as well means they avoid being nilled and have a nice memento from this match against one of the best rugby schools in the land. Lovely well worked try as well. Credit Jesse Ribeiro, cutting back inside and then passing back to the try scorer Pitt. Peter Simmons College, certainly one of the younger squads in this tournament. Pretty much every player born in 99, or dare I say it, even 2000. Yes, there are players born in the year 2000 playing in this tournament. Tap and go, Isaac Pitt. The try scorer wins a penalty now. Pike. Sparks, good hands, oh, put down in the end.
Right, the next round of games, which will be at 1:20 on pitch number 2, it will be Harrow against Wimbledon College. On pitch number 3, it will be Aylesbury and Imperial College against St John's Leatherhead.
Carl Morgan is on for Millfield, acting as scrum half, and
Pitch number 4, it will be
also collecting that kick. Now, what can he do from here? Fresh legs on,
5, it'll be
stepping round the outside. Nice try from him.
Hampton, and on pitch 6,
Brings up the 50 points.
against Southampton. So will the two schools involved that were previously on pitch 3 and 4 note that those games have been switched round? This is to allow television exposure to other sides.
George Brophy finishes things off for us with that attempted conversion, but the score then, Millfield do bring up the 50 points. Comprehensive victory for them. Credit to Peter Symonds College. They stuck at their task and they got a score as well to show for their efforts. Next match on here should be a much closer affair. Group C, St John's are playing Haileybury in a couple of moments, and the outcome of that will tell us a lot more about how Group C will shape up. So welcome back to the main pitch here at the Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Senior Sevens. We're watching a slight change to the schedule today. We've two sides from a different group have been brought onto this pitch today, and stealing that right from the kickoff is the St Olav's number 22. And feeding a short ball. The Tiffin School are the defending side here. St Olav's in the maroon shirts, going for the line, rolling over. And the referee has seen the ball on the line and gives it. So no pause for breath even to explain the background for these two sides. They are competing for third and fourth place in their group. They've been playing on pitch 3 for most of the morning and now transferred to the showpiece pitch here. And it's St Olav's School from Kent starting the faster here. Lovely conversion as well. So 7 points to the good, they go up. The match that was scheduled to be played on here was between St John's and Haileybury, and they are playing on pitch 3 at the far end of this pitch. And here again, the same player for St Olav's is causing all manner of havoc for Tiffin. Tiffin now with their first chance to show what they can do, and this number 11 is motoring around the outside. He has his card marked though by his opposite man, who looks to take a very quick throw in. It started at 100 miles an hour, this match. Tiffin starting to build something here now. And number 15 sees a gap and has enough pace to go through it. Great reply from Tiffin. 7-all the score. Both these sides in a group featuring Dulwich College and Wellington College, which is effectively a group which is going to condemn you to having to fight for third and fourth, both those sides being such comprehensive and complete rugby schools in 7s and 15s. It's meant that for Tiffin, as a Surrey-based school, they will be competing for the plate competition at the moment if they are able to finish as one of the 8 best placed Surrey schools not to qualify for the Cup. And if they're going to finish in third or fourth, then they won't qualify for the Cup. They have to fight for a place in the plate, and crucial to doing that will be winning this match. But St Olav's on the breakout. Lovely run and an offload. St Olav's player takes his time. And quite he might, because he's had a long run to catch up with his teammate. Eventually puts it down and converts it too. So St Olav's go 14 points to 7 up. Great take out of the air from St Olav's number 14. Lovely line, but the offload lacking. Although St Olav's do take the scrum as Tiffin knocked on there. Bit of a mess that scrum, but Tiffin come away with it. Being harassed and harangued by St Olav's though. Nice little hitch kick there from number 11. They're lining up out wide here, are Tiffin. Can they run it through the hands? Nice wrap-around ball, perfectly timed for number 14. And he will go in from here. Just enough space to get over the line and get under the sticks as well, crucially. Time up in this first half, but Tiffin may get a chance to finish this half with a flurry. Number 22 chips and chases. Brought back well, and that will be half-time, so 2 tries apiece at half-time. This match finally poised. At stake for Tiffin School is potentially a place in the plate, whilst St Olav's may be playing just for pride here. Second half will continue shortly. Just an update to the score at half-time. Tiffin did convert both their tries, so the scores are completely tied up at 14-all at half-time. St Olav's, this lad sees an eye for the gap and heads off upfield on at half-time and showing the fresh legs which are bringing St Olav their third try in this match. Starting the second half exactly as they did the first. Although unsuccessful with that. Tiffin running it through the hands, and now an opportunity comes. Half break, but it goes to ground. Contrast of styles here between Tiffin and St Olav's. Tiffin very patient with their build-up play. Excellent hands this now, cutting upside, and it does result in the breakthrough coming through number 22. That was a score built from the back of the pitch and finished off very well by this young man, who takes Tiffin into the lead.
KTS, Wimbledon. On 55, it will be Cranley against Benedict. And on 56, it will be Downside against Emmanuel. Those games kick off at 22. All schools are reminded that we will not know the full result of the main draw and the Surrey Plate competition for this afternoon until about 2:10.
Nowhere to go seemingly for the St Olav's player, so he takes the contact. The contrast of styles between these two sides being that St Olav's prefer a direct route, whilst Tiffin are very happy to be patient with it. St Olav's taking a lot more contact, really physically challenging the Tiffin school, and here comes a runner on a short pop, creating havoc in Tiffin's defence. And now number 23 has worked some space for himself, and he'll run in here to retake the lead for St Olav's. Topsy-turvy game this one, and St Olav's now back on top. So just the 3 points in it now with the failed conversion from St Olav's. A win for Tiffin may be enough to get them into the plate of this Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Senior Sevens. Only the 8 best placed Surrey schools not to go into the cup will make it into the plate. Whether that's Tiffin or not will depend on many other results being played at the moment, but they can only control what's in front of them, and right now it's a St Olav's team who are in the ascendancy. And other than that, it's just a case of good old-fashioned pride. Neither of these schools have won a match here today yet. So they're facing off to see if they can go home with at least one win. Hitch kick from this number 21, showing a really clean pair of heels and offloading too. St Olav's fantastically fashioned score that. Perhaps also the crucial score for this match. Now puts them 2 scores in front. Whatever happens with this kick. Apologies if you're seeing the score incorrectly on our screen. It is, of course, St Olav's who are in the lead. Tiffin 8 points behind, so victory in this match looking very unlikely. Time could well be up on the referee's clock. It is on ours, but we'll always go off the referee's clock here. Tiffin keep playing, but losing the ball in contact. Tiffin still playing deep into injury time here. Being pushed back, but very happy with the ball to be thrown about in the shadow of their posts. And this might be an opportunity here. At least they can end the match on a high. St Olav's, though, stoic defence from St Olav's, and they kick it off to take the victory, their first of the day. So St Olav's from Kent overcome Tiffin from Surrey and have scuppered Tiffin's chances of reaching the plate. It's finished 29 points to 21 to St Olav's. Welcome back. We're about to kick off with KCS Wimbledon versus Filton School. Filton in the blue and white, and starting with some hard running up the centre of the field is Filton's number 15. KCS scramble defence has to get back, and it does. Stepping through though is the number 21, missed tackle in centre field. Gives Filton the first try, gifts them the first try really. KCS just a couple of missed tackles. The conversion after was good as well. Filton not sending the ball 10 yards though, so KCS can start from centre field with a free kick. Stepping up through the midfield, number 10 for KCS. Great reply from him, saw half a gap and only had to lift his heels up really to get through it. Squaring things up. So we're following Group G here. Having been with Groups C and H for most of the morning, we're now covering action normally seen on pitch 3, and both these sides have 2 games under their belts so far. Their last game in the group stages, and Filton have started it very well indeed. So coming into this match, Filton have won 1 of their first 2 group stage matches, whilst KCS have lost both. But if KCS are able to upset the, overcome the deficit which they're facing at the moment, they may have a chance to qualify for the plate competition. Only if they can beat Filton though. Round the outside they go. Quick hands from KCS to work this opportunity, and it's a big pass inside. Looked to have gone forward in the process, and whether it was forward in the pass or knocked on, which the referee gave it for, it doesn't matter. That will go down as a try butchered really. Good break up the middle this from number 21 at the base of the scrum. Scored their first try, and he's scored an absolute perler of a second for himself. Well, for Filton, what's at stake here? Depending on the result, and if they can rack up a high-scoring match against KCS here, they could finish in second position in their group, and that may be just enough to qualify them as a lucky loser for the cup competition. 6 teams across the groups here will be able to qualify as lucky losers here, and Filton need every point going if that is to be one of them. Cutting through the middle is number 9 for Filton. It's all too easy for Filton at the moment. KCS's midfield defence just fell asleep there. Filton regather from the kickoff. Bouncing into a couple of tacklers, and now this number 15 who's caused havoc against KCS in the early stages. Eventually 23 gets the ball within his grasp and does very well to get out of that tricky situation, although his support man didn't do so well. Half-time called though by the referee, so very good start from the Filton side. 26 points to 7 they turn around at half-time. Back underway here then in the second half. Filton turn around. Impressive first half performance that. KCS, well, they showed in spits and spots what they can do, but didn't manage to put anything amounting to a proper performance together in that first half, it has to be said. It was all one-way traffic. Perhaps they can in this second half, although putting themselves under a lot of pressure early on. Play on for says the referee, and driving over is number 20. And that, you have to say, is rather a soft try for KCS to concede.
per programme. If you give us about 25 minutes or so, we should have the full draw for this afternoon.
Now KCS's danger man swerving, bringing the ball down the blind side. A couple of hitch kicks as well. Ball dropped though. Good hands this from KCS. And the basketball style pass almost working out. He only had green grass in front of him to run into. But just couldn't quite take it in, so Filton will have the scrum. Stolen well by 15 from KCS. Great pilfering from the scrum half. And they find their playmaker and ask him to try and fashion something from here. It's difficult with the way Filton are defending, putting a strong press on. And the interception is made by 9, telegraphed pass, and 9 read it very well.
Got their doggy running around over on the back pitches. Kindly take it for a walk somewhere else. We'd be very grateful.
Delicate chip through and well picked up from number 4. Back to 10, who will be able to go in here for KCS's second try and his personal second try. Cleverly worked score. Apologies for the blackout just experienced now. We have now sorted out the technical problems we had, and we're back live from Richmond Athletic. What you missed was just 2 final tries rounded off by Filton. They finished up racking up 40 points against KCS Wimbledon to round off their group stages. There's now a break in play whilst the mathematicians work out the outcomes of the last 16 and the quarter-finals. You can stay up to the minute with all the details on Surrey Rugby Sevens.co.uk. And we'll be bringing you the live action as soon as it is organised. So do join us shortly. Just to follow up with some more official timings, at around about 2:30 the action will be restarting again. And we'll be showing the final 16 of the schools under 18 competition. So do join us around about 2:30 for that.
So we have 10 minutes to kick off on those 2:30 matches, so the teams involved make their way to the ticket now, please. So pitch 2, Harrow of Brighton College. Pitch 3, Hampton and Bilton. Pitch 4, Wellington St John's. Pitch 5, Hampstead and St Benedict's. And also in the plate at that time, Dulwich Silesian on pitch 6, Caterham and Emmanuel pitch 7. Those games kicking off in just under 10 minutes. So game's kicking off now in the final 16 of the main competition. Pitch 2, Harrow versus Brighton College. He says, let me get the paper. Pitch 4, Wellington versus St John's. That's it. And Hampton versus Filton, pitch 3. Hampstead versus Benedict, pitch 5. And then close. Gulliver versus Elysium, pitch 6. And Caterham versus Emmanuel, pitch 7.
So welcome back to the live stream here at the Gulliver Sports Travel Under-18 Senior Sevens. We're kicking off in this second half with Wellington versus St John's. St John's kicking off to Wellington and retaining possession early on as well. Now Wellington get their chance to run the ball through their hands. That's Ben Loader ploughing through the middle. The big number 11 for Wellington. Now they have an opportunity on this left-hand side, cutting up the midfield on a straight line, as straight as you can be, number 4. St John's do get back. That was Jacob Webb there, and now it comes down the line to Ben Loader, who goes in at the corner just in our blind spot, but first score for Wellington. Great start to them to this last 16 match against St John's. Unsuccessful conversion, so just the 5 points on the board for Wellington. Wellington College, such a strong rugby school. Had an excellent 15-a-side season. They're looking to carry that into the business end of the School 7 season, starting here at the Surrey Sevens. Well, continuing here at the Surrey Sevens as Loader picks his line again. Big handoff from 6, tries to burrow through and does well. Now in the hands of Loader. Out wide to Basham and on to their number 7, Fitz Harding. Very fast beginning this from Wellington College. The mathematicians and points have only just been calculated. So these two sides pitted against each other with only about 10 minutes to prepare. But it looks like it's Wellington who have taken that short preparation time in their stride. Unsuccessful conversion by Will Simfield, but it was certainly a tough one to try and nail from that right side of the pitch. Under 16 player is Will Simfield, so playing above his age category here. The coaches deem him worthy of the position, so he starts. St John's now drew their first match on this pitch this morning against Brighton College. There's certainly no slouches when it comes to sevens. They've had a good season, not a great season, but looking to turn it into one of those. And this is superb pace up the middle for St John's to strike back. The try going to Joe Jelinek. So St John's finally show what they can do. Decent kickoff from St John's caused the error in the Wellington ranks, but luckily for them the ball went backwards, so referee waves play on. At stake in this match is a place in the quarter-finals here. Fitzharding onto Simfield. Ghosting through is Will Simfield and cutting in, nice offload too. Gets it on to his number 15. That's a superb score. Credit Will Simfield too for that nice flick out the back. Awaiting the winner of this tie in the next round will be the winner of Harrow School and Brighton College. That match being played as we speak. High hanging kickoff, unable to recollect though Wellington, so St John's have a chance here. Just as that chance presents itself, it disappears all too rapidly for St John's as the knock-on gives Wellington the put into the scrum. St John's fetchers get their hands on that ball. Now looking to exploit that opportunity. Jelinek gets his hands on the ball. Now Bond through the middle. Forward in that act though. So Wellington and all their star performers now have a chance to break out of their 22. This is with Fitzharding. And now Simfield gets put on the back foot. Half-time called though, so edgy end to that half. St John's would have been desperate to try and get something on the scoreboard again. But Wellington do just enough to hold them out. 17-7 at half-time. Simfield goes deep with the kick and asks St John's to run it back at them. Nice work down the far side here. St John's have an opportunity at the early part of this second half, cutting inside, offloading well, lurking here on the outside is Jelinek, but he did not need him. Fine step to go right round the outside himself. St John's get exactly what they needed at the start of this second half. And with the conversion after as well, St John's draw to within 3 points. Good show and go from Wellington's number 12. Powerful drive on. 15-a-side stuff this from Wellington. Really aggressive play, but St John's go offside. Actually go to the floor in that ruck. Basham decides to give the ball to his number 13 and they go for the corner. Not seen that today so far. A tactical kick to the corner for the line out. But Wellington decide with the size of their players perhaps that it's a banker ball. Basham, number 8 for Wellington, looks like the man who's lining up for it, but they go short and that's smart play. Now they open things up wide. This is Rory McMichael. Knocking on in the process though, and as do St John's, so gosh, St John's would have been mighty pleased to see McMichael put that one down. You might not be able to see from this angle, but the Wellington side are all chunky fellas. They've got real power in this 7 side. And St John's are getting to know all about that at the scrum there. Bond did get it out though. Jelinek knew the space wasn't there for him on that occasion, so passed it back inside, and now Slick Hands is setting off another opportunity on the far left-hand side for St John's. Cutting back inside, keeping the ball alive just about. The support runner overran him as the dust flies up in both sets of players' faces, and Wellington handle it that little bit better. Turning over the ball. So close for St John's, but close against Wellington is no good. McMichael. Simfield passing it on to Harding. Chip and chase on here. Jelinek now has to help out. There are no St John's players back. Now they arrive. It's on a knife edge this game right now. Jelinek steps through and has the full distance of the pitch to run. Can he go all the way? He's tracked back, but he steps out of that tackle. Wasn't even able to hit his straps really, given the amount of time and energy, lactic acid building up in his legs, but he does just enough to score that try. And with it, St John's go into the lead for the first time in this match. What a crucial try that could be. Both sides had length of the field attacks in that set of play, but it was St John's that came out at the end of it with the try. 4-point lead now for St John's. What a different flavour this match has compared with the first minute, where Wellington were seemingly in cruise control back then. St John's have played themselves, fought themselves back into it. This is Loader. Harding. Good step from the big man. Tap tackle, it had to be. He was through and knocking on in the process. Now, without the benefit of a replay, we won't be able to credit that man in the St John's ranks who put in that tap tackle, but how important was it? Wellington here are on the ropes. They are the reigning champions of this tournament. The last time the tournament was played was in 2015. 2016 was a complete washout, so despite it being 2 years ago, Wellington are the reigning champs and they're on the ropes here. Just seconds remaining for St John's to see out. Should say that our clock is not in tune with the referees though, so we'll go off him. Real pace here from St John's. Can they finish with another try? Desperate play on the far hand side. Wellington all over it, possibly infringed, but St John's don't mind. They keep playing and they go over the line. That is a fantastic score to seal things for St John's, and my goodness, don't they deserve that. They have outplayed Wellington College in this second half, comprehensively and stoically. They were under the cosh in that first half, but that seems like a lot longer ago than just 7 minutes. Unsuccessful kick, but St John's don't care one bit. They've won and they've knocked out the champions. 26 points to 17. They will go through to face the winner of Harrow School versus Brighton College, which could see if Brighton College have gone through a rerun of the group stage game we saw earlier today. Stay with us though now as we move to Beech and Cliff School against Millfield School. Millfield on our left of the pitch, just lining up. Beech and Cliff School on the right. So Beech and Cliff School here to kick off. Beach and Cliff all the way down from, up from Bath rather today. And if we just wait for our graphics to catch up with us, it will show that they are of course playing Millfield from not all that farther away in Somerset. Stepping here is George Brophy. Setting off an attack from Jasper Windsor-Clive. He's done very well there, the number 10. Great pace, great opening score for Millfield. Something we've got familiar to seeing during the group stages here was this man with the ball here, George Brophy, being at the centre of most things about Millfield. So the scores stay at 5-0 to Millfield. Now, if you're just joining us at the Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Senior Sevens, we're in the last 16 round. We've just seen Wellington College been knocked out by an huge performance from St John's Leatherhead. They were 2 tries down at one point, but my gosh, they came back into it in the second half and outplayed Wellington College in that second half. They've booked themselves a quarter-final place, and that's exactly what both these sides here are trying to do. Josh Wright this is, with the throw-in. Kennedy. On to Morgan. Now Brophy. Back to Morgan, and that's really nice play. Windsor-Clive risking that coming back in, but it worked out, although forward pass in the end from Milford. An uncharacteristic error from Milford, and the referee allows Beecham Cliff to play on. And they're taking full advantage of this 12 stretch. Well, not quite at the point where he needed to stretch, but certainly struggling and making good yards. Wide pass, and it was just out of reach for Beecham Cliff's number 7. Beecham Cliff just deciding what to do with it. Half a gap opened up and was closed again pretty shortly afterwards. Will Curtis, that is, with the big hair and the number 10 on his back for Beecham Cliff. Setting off here is another number 11, Charlie Quarren Evans. Lovely pace from him, and Beecham Cliff have levelled things up. Curtis came with it, but it came off a knock-on from Tom de Glanville. So Millfield ball. Well, Beecham Cliff's try there came from just a slightly rash pass from Millfield up the other end. Something we're not used to seeing them do. Such a patient style of play they have. They'll be more than happy to work it from this position if they can. Brophy is shackled well. Now this is Joe Sargent. Held up by the Beecham Cliff front row plus Curtis. In fact, Will Curtis does count himself as one of the front row, at least in this match. Wearing number 10 but packing down as hooker. Alex Dewhurst is the man in the number 6 shirt for Beecham Cliff, who towers over his opposing positional player, Cian Kennedy for Millfield. Finn Dewar with the fancy feet in midfield, and now a little bit of pace onto Will Curtis. Drawing the man out wide, Harry Short could be in here, steps and turns and gets there. Scoots down the edge of the dead ball line, but knew exactly what he was doing, and he was getting some crucial extra yards for his kicker to get closer to the posts. And Beecham Cliff score well. Could we be on for another upset here? Looks straight from this angle, but just glancing to the left hand of the post. So at half time, 12 points to 5, Beecham Cliff lead Millfield. Join us shortly for the second half. So the second half is poised to begin as we try and find out who will be the one of these teams to go through to the quarters. Straight after this match, we'll be bringing you 2 quarter-finals, both semi-finals, and then the plate and the cup final. Millfield desperately hoping that it'll be their name in the final and even on the cup, but in order to do that, they've got to get out of the hole they've dug for themselves here, or rather which Beecham Cliff have dug for them. Nice break here, and only by the collar was he called back, so penalty advantage, and taking advantage of that is Beecham Cliff's number 12, Harry Short, going in for a fine opening score to the second half. Millfield being put on the ropes here. And the strangest thing about it is, for Beach and Cliff, it looks quite easy. Really good break up the middle of that, and then just the fast hands over to the right-hand side. The kick from Ed Rimmer, glancing to the right. So 17 points to 5, Beach and Cliff go up.
Competition at 3:10. Our pick 3, Harrow versus St John's, and on pick 4, Hampton versus St Bennet. The first place semi-final would be at 3:50.
My question for Beach and Cliff is, can they keep this up? They'll know that as soon as they give the ball to Millfield, they may not get it back for as long as Millfield want to keep it, to be honest. The way they play, it's so possessive of the ball. Absolutely vital for Beach and Cliff that they keep it in their hands. They'll know that. They won't be wanting to kick it away at all, because give this Millfield side half a chance and they don't even need half a chance. They'll just put you to the sword. Can't do that without the ball though, and Beach and Cliff have it. Ed Newman this is, going around the outside, risking the touch but finding support in the shape of Tom de Glanville. Ed Rimmer twists out of a tackle but is completely isolated, and Millfield scavengers were onto him there. Cian Kennedy, Millfield's 9. George Brophy going up the touchline, taking a quick one. Now it's a one-on-one, cuts back inside, has to offload it and concedes possession. That was, to begin with, very cute indeed, but Millfield losing the ball. And Beach and Cliff look to capitalise here. Number 20, Tom de Glanville, has given the ball away, so this match really opening up now. Both sides losing their shape. Brophy now trying to make amends for having lost that ball earlier. Looks for an offload, does Brophy. Millfield have to reset. Time ticking away in this match, but still enough of it if Millfield use it wisely. This is on to Josh Wright. And now Henry Provas. So strong, Provas. Now back to Wright. Wide pass. Cian Kennedy. Try. Millfield back in it. They might have liked that to go on under the post, but they'll take it nonetheless. Sargent hits it straight and true. What a conversion that is. Under some pressure given the context of this match. He puts Millfield within a converted try of winning this, and now they will be feeling, with their experience and their ability to retain possession, they may be able to get out of this. And it's caught brilliantly from number 14. They're going to get out of it even quicker than they thought. Number 14 scores a cracker. Superb kickoff. And that was all about the hard chasing. With the scores tied, Sargent misses the kick though. So, just over 1 minute or so remaining in this game. And we're all square. Were it to remain so, there would be a toss of the coin to see which sides both teams wanted, and then we play further halves of 5 minutes with the winner coming, whoever scores the first point. Ed Newman fighting so hard to stay in field. Offload was there for a split second. Millfield have stolen it though. Sargent determined to take it quickly. Beecham Cliff, players, none of them back there. Was that a forward pass? Brophy switches it up. Finds Henry Provas, who only goes one way. Doing it very well though. Jasper Windsor Clive, that was in support. But it was a knock on. So, last chance then for Beecham Cliff perhaps to try and take themselves through in normal time. Both sets of players must be breathing very heavily. The sun has been scorching all day here in southwest London. Saps the energy, and this match has been end to end, so it'll come down to who has the most desire and the bigger engines to keep going. Risky pass from Beecham Cliff, but determined run now, straightened up by Alex Dewhurst. Now he steps out of another one. Millfield recover. Penalty given though. Fantastic cover defence from the man who scored the try from the kickoff to level things up, but he didn't manage to stay legal as he tried to rip the ball there. That was Finn Dewar making a bit of ground with his fast feet. Dewhurst again. Will Curtis has Harry Short with him. Curtis goes by himself, and maybe this could be it for Curtis. He just runs out of steam at the wrong point, and with no support, Millfield plough through. Somehow Beecham Cliff keep it. Chip over the top. Is it going to be placed on a knife? It absolutely is. Ethan Hutt has come up with a try from seemingly nowhere. Great kick through, and he just stormed onto it. It was the perfect kick. And the conversion after, it doesn't much matter. Beecham Cliff have taken this one against Millfield in the dying seconds of normal time. It will be them that go through to the quarterfinals. Millfield have followed suit with Wellington and have gone out at the last 16 stage here. Beecham Cliff from Bath march on. About to get underway now on pitch 4 is Hampton School versus St Benedict's Ealing in the quarter-finals of the Cup. Hampton in black playing left to right in the first half, and St Benedict's playing into the sun. Ball pops out the back. Hampton players with their first chance to run it through their hands. Smart tackling though from St Benny's players. No space on that far left-hand side, so they are forced to try and use the bludgeon. Forward pass in that huge tackle there from St Benedict's. Great defence from them. Hampton having come through their last 16 match against Filton, while St Benedict's beat Berkhamston Collegiate School. And the Hampton player Hampton scrum half manages to give his opposite number a good going over. Somehow Ealing, though, retained possession, and stretching his legs for the first time is St Benedict's winger. Cagey beginning this from both sides. Not like the fast-starting matches we've seen in the last two games, featuring Wellington and Millfield, both those sides having been knocked out in the round before. Cutting through here now, the deadlock will be broken by Hampton. Great first score for them. Patient build-up, and they just waited until there was an opportunity and took it very well indeed. So Hampton 5-0 to the good. After that patient first score, St Benedict's have yet to construct an attack in anger. And knocking on, so frustrating for St Benedict, still penned into their own half here. St Benedict's player does remarkably well to come out of that. Bradley Walsh there, who rode the tackle, but ultimately a knock-on was caused. Hampton now looking to see if they can double up on their score here. They knock on in the end. St Benny's get away with it. Great pressure on from Hampton. They, in the black shirts, they form quite a formidable defensive line, and they cause a winner penalty from the high tackle by St Benny's. Tap and go. Now here's the try scorer, looking to offload, and perhaps has created an opportunity for his teammate, who goes straight through under the sticks. Rowan Grundy with the score. Hampton asserting their dominance slowly in this match, and St Benedict's school coaches behind the post there would have seen that try play out in real time, and we'll know that their side are really up against it if they're to turn this one round. Not just because of the scoreline. We've seen scorelines like this today be quite easily overturned, but the style of Hampton's play. Mistakes like that won't help, and whether the knock-on not given in the end, the pass went wayward, although it's sort of worked out for St Benedict's as Bradley Walsh again has an opportunity to cut inside. Now he goes wide and tries to really stretch his legs, going round the outside. He does get over. Wonderful individual score, exactly what St Benedict's needed. Old school style sevens, give it to the pace man and see what he can do. Half-time called then. Hampton 12-5 up. So St Benedict's School Ealing with that try at the death in the first half, drawing them back into this game. But it was really the only moment of the half they had. It was all Hampton. But now you just wonder, slight gradient on this hill. St Benedict's playing down field. The sun in the eyes of the Hampton players now. Things can change. Hampton will be doing their best to restore order as they see it. And break upfield. This is really nice running here from Hampton's number 5, Max Vivian. Switch in midfield now. The man who scored the first try, Will Verdon, has gone over for a first try in the second half as well. Scored the first, had a hand in the second, and has got his team's third. He's proving too hot to handle for St Benedict's School Ealing. Conversion missed by Rowan Grundy, but there'll be smiles on the faces of the Southampton players now as they restore their 12-point gap.
Right, just to let you know that the next round of matches on pitches 3 and 4 will be Morton College against Eton Cliff on pitch 3 and Cranley against Eton on pitch 4. However, we run slightly behind because of the extra time on pitch 3, so both matches will kick off simultaneously depending on when these matches finish.
St Benny's running through their lines, and clash of heads there from Hampton. Let's number 6 through, and he's still going. Excellent running from St Benedict's school, number 6, Charles Page. We've seen some individual scores in this tournament so far today, and that was certainly up there. Just the balance running to draw the defenders back in field before then burning them on the outside. Close but no cigar with the conversion, so the score stays at 17-10. Deep kick-off from St Benedict's, good chase too. Will Verdon now. This is structured play from Hampton as this man goes round the outside and racing away. One man to beat, cuts inside. Bit of a show and go. Feigned to pass, but had the step on him and he knew it. Great try from Louis Liner. Every time St Benedict's seem to get half a foothold in this match, Hampton just go into another gear. And the conversion here would probably, dare I say it, seal this one for Hampton. 14 points up now. So after this match on pitch 4, we will be bringing you Cranley versus Eton College. Cranley having come through their clash against Whitgift, and Eton doing the same against Trinity. Cranley, of course, the reigning champions at the Roslin Park Sevens. May have done well here last year if they hadn't, torrential rain hadn't called the whole thing off. But now Bradley Walsh has a chance to maybe just give St Benedict's another lifeline in this match. They do not give up, the Ealing School. They really don't. And Bradley Walsh is showing himself to be quite a talent here on the main pitch. How about that for a conversion? Almost, but not quite. So 24 points to 15. Hampton, Rowan Grundy looking to take advantage of the spilled catch and chipping over the top, but St Benedict scramble really well. Hampton now with a chance to put some sheen on this victory for them. It is, in the end, a try. Alec Lloyd Seed taking the short ball off Will Verdon. And Rowan Grundy, the man who started it with his charge upfield. Not quite in the shadow of the post with the sun coming from behind him, but in front of the posts, and he does. Put it over, so Hampton past the 30 points mark. Long kick-off from Shane Barry. Great break this upfield from St Benny's number 4, Will Taylor. Bradley Walsh now. Wide pass, lovely floating pass too. Theo Morris. Big fend from Theo Morris. Scores St Benny's 4th try, and really tough lines for St Benny's, scoring 4 tries in a knockout stage game. You might think that would be enough, but Hampton have been convincing in attack and ruthless. St Benny's just haven't quite managed to keep pace with them. Credit Theo Morris though, that was a very good score. So it will end 31 points to 20 in Hampton's favour. Hampton progress. Next up, the final quarter-final will be showing. Hampton are safely through to the semi-final. Cranley versus Eton College.
Just to remind you that the follow-up games on pitches 3 and 4 will be Malton College against Beacon Cliff on pitch 3 and Cranley against Eton on pitch 4, and they will follow on and start simultaneously at the end of these games.
So welcome back to the quarter-final action here at the Gulliver's Sports Travel Surrey Schools Sevens. We're poised to begin between Cranley and Eton College. Cranley coming through their last 16 round against Whitgift just on the pitch to our right here, and Eton College coming through their match against Trinity. Kicking off will be Cranley School in the white and blue shirts. Eton don't manage to deal with the kickoff high into the southwest London sun there. Tom Nicole, Cranley's playmaker and chief creative talent, performed so well when Cranley won the Rosslyn Park Sevens last year. Crucial player for them. Nicole with his hands on the ball there as well. Cranley now going, launching their first attack, offload as well. This could be the first score. It is. And it looks like it's gone to Mike Upfold, who dived into that dust bowl down there in the try line, but Cranley do open the score. As Mike Upfold just looks to shake off whatever knock he picked up there in the process of scoring. Eton College, perhaps a surprise, reaching the quarterfinals here. They qualified as one of the lucky losers from their group games, but then they showed their cut mettle by beating Trinity College. So Cranley 5 points to the good. Now Nicole, no doubt he'll look to do exactly the same, put it right into the afternoon sun here. And Eton can't manage to control it, but they concede the line out. I do apologise, they will be Eton's throw-in. They don't manage to control it though, so Cranley launch forward again. Hugh Tizard, the big number 3. Now Nicole just occupying the centre field and letting his runners outside him do the hard work. Nicole goes in, Harry Sargent plays fly half, launches one out to Tizard. Tizard chooses the route 1 option, and Eton do manage to bring him to the floor. Penalty to Cranley though. Switch of direction from Nicole to Sargent. Sargent places it down. It's a lovely line through there from Cranley's number 14. I think that was Charlie Hardy, who gets the second score for Cranley School. Eton College have barely yet to touch the ball. But the good news for them is Cranley have failed to convert both their tries. We are seeing a trend as the day has worn on for bigger scores to be posted by sides when they are playing left to right on this field. The importance of the restart system and the fact that when you're receiving on the right hand side the sun's very much in your eyes, no doubt playing a part. Some of these players will be very familiar to each other. Eton College players will no doubt be familiar with the figure of Tom Nicole. Played together for club in Guildford before. And now this is the first time Eton get their hands on the ball. Cotter goes in at number 6. This is Tade Ojara on the far right hand side. Crawford plays link man and finds Cotter. Ojara has to tidy up and does very well indeed. He's in behind Cranley now, one man to beat. Now Crawford has his chance, got great speed. Marcus Shanklin, that was the captain, who goes in, and Eton go round the outside now. Cranley though, and Hugh Tizard turn it over and calm things down. Nicole has to go to the last resort of booting it downfield, but it's turned out to be a very good kick indeed. Only Crawford is back for Eton here, cutting inside. It's number 3, Jamie Barden, who has hauled his frame all the way upfield to pick that one up. That's a great score from Cranley. And a bitter pill for Eton to swallow. They were looking dangerous for the first time in the match. Harry Sargent chipping that one over. Cranley 17 points up now, half time approaching. As we just see the try scorer Barden go off. Nicole gets so much height on that restart of his. This time it's easier to take and Cotter spreads it wide. Josh Mackey feeds it to Ojara. Now Cotter finds a little bit of space for himself, the playmaker. Slows down as no support coming, but then takes it on himself. Eton's support is there in numbers, but the ball is slow coming back. This is Ed Cockman. Good offload. Now race for the line, it's Marcus Shanklin, and he will get something in this half for Eton. They go into our blind spot here, but the referee's arm tells you everything you need to know. Eton are on the score sheet. Crucial timing that for Eton. They had to get something before half-time if they're to stay in this quarter-final. Cotter, the man who made that bust up the centre field. And didn't Ed Cockman do well to draw in a couple of Cranley players? Worth noting that Cranley's 15-a-side season was significantly better than Eton's, but Eton finding some form in the 7 season, as have Cranley. He can nail them from distance, Cotter, but he slides that to the right on that occasion. So half-time, Cranley School 17, Eton College 5. So welcome back to the second half. We have Eton College now kicking off, and they have the opportunity to put this ball right in the sun. Cranley did it to them in the first half very effectively, and if Eton are able to find their marks here, and Josh Mackey is the man with the ball in his hands, then possession, all important in sevens, could well be Eton's, and they do time it a bit better, but knocking it on. Nicole under pressure gets the ball away. Cranley's backs work something on this near hand side. Good control there from Mike Upfold. Upfold, the man who got the first try in this match. Patient build-up from Cranley. Happy to take contact when it's needed, but it looks like Cotter's got his hands in there. Great dirty work from normally a number 10 in 15s. Doing the work of a flanker there, and now what can Eton do? Penalty Eton. They could almost say it's crucial they get the first score in this second half if they are to progress to the semi-finals. Crawford. Ed Peterson that was, taking it in. Now Ojara, he's the speed man. Goes around the outside and gets a great offload too. Eton go over for the first score in this second half. What a score it was as well. Ojara, the pace man. And it was dotted down by number 23. Just what Eton needed. Now, can Cotter convert? It just about goes over, and the clap of the hands and the fist pump shows you that that meant a lot to Jamie Cotter. Could mean a lot to his team. Eton within a converted try of taking the lead here. Mackey now to kick off. Well, Eton so far doing to Cranley what Cranley did to them in the first half. Dominating possession. Mackey, good offload, although forward, agonisingly forward. Eton's bench behind at the far back of the screen here. Frustrated at that one. Both sets of players looking, well, they're showing the effects of having played a morning of rugby and then a knockout match before this. In the blistering sun as well. Now busting up the midfield here, go Cranley. And here is one of the previous try scorers for Cranley. He's going to streak away for a second one for himself. Pulls up slightly, but dots it down. Number 18, that's Sam Lubbock. That certainly would have pleased his coach standing behind him, Andrew Houston. So Cranley do reassert themselves in the second half. Very cagey affair this second half. Not like the first half, which was fast and open, and Cranley were playing really well with it there. Under more pressure in this second half as Eton desperately try and change the narrative of this quarter-final. Nicole throws a huge pass. And stepping out of that tackle, looks like Jamie Barden again. Scored a great try where he chased down a kick in the first half. Now that was Hugh Tizard. Shanklin goes back with a great tackle, but penalty awarded, and now is this Upfold who's in again? It is. Apologies, Ed Cooper who goes in. So Ed Cooper, fine score and conversion from him. Takes Cranley into the 30s, and from that position with minutes remaining, that's an unassailable lead. Unfortunate for Eton, who at the start of this second half looked to be getting right back into this match, scoring their second try, and they were within 5 points of Cranley, but that seems a long time ago now. Cranley, the white and blue stripes all over Eton at the moment, but they are forcing their way forward. Now Crawford, good handoff. Charlie Crawford will race away from here. Great speed he's got, and just puts on the gas to get Eton's third try. Conversion as well brings the match to an end, so nice end to the game for Eton, but it won't be much consolation. Cranley go through to the semi-finals. Eton, their day is over. Fine tournament though they've played. They will be left thinking what might have been if they'd just controlled the ball a little bit more in that second half, but full credit to Cranley School, who march on.
Just reminding people that the Surrey Plate semi-finals will now take place. Dulwich College against Caterham on pitch 3 and John Fisher against Wimbledon College on pitch 4.
Welcome back to the main pitch here. As we wait for our graphics to catch up with us, we have Wimbledon College kicking off against John Fisher School in the Plate semi-final. Both these schools qualifying out of their groups for the Plate by being one of the top 8 schools not to qualify for the Cup, who are based in Surrey. So a certifiable Surrey derby, this one. Wimbledon from southwest London and just down the road really, and John Fisher from Croydon. John Fisher starting far the faster in this match. Wimbledon College's defence has so far kept them at bay, but now, just as John Fisher were threatening, Wimbledon steal the ball. John Fisher then give away a penalty by going into contact too early. I was about to say their scrum looks mightily impressive, but not if they can't hold their discipline. Wimbledon College happy to go backwards. This is Tom Murphy. Agonising error just on the right hand side. So back for a scrum here. John Fisher with the Roman numerals on their shirts. It's always good to see a bit of Latin on display. Cutting through here though, John Fisher, this might be their first try, racing away. Number 10 touches it down, fantastic score from him. Now that may have been Alex Mason who scored. It also may not have been, with the Roman numerals slightly throwing the shirt identification. We're not too sure, but anyway, the upshot is John Fisher 5-0 up. John Fisher, the hosts, if you were with us yesterday, of the under-14s Sox Surrey Sevens. Fine rugby school themselves, produced the likes of George Skivington, Paul Sackey, to name a few. Wimbledon College certainly earning themselves a bludgeoning reputation in sevens. John Fisher try and turn them over. Stepping inside is this number 9, and then stepping out of a couple of tackles too. Wimbledon raising the tempo here. Wimbledon College's captain Carlos Rodriguez just apologising there for that pass. Try scorer throws in, and Wimbledon's Joe Brosh will put the ball into the scrum. Under some attention, gets the ball away. This is Tom Murphy, chip over. And it was meant for Timmy Olapade, but just out of his reach. So the winner of this match, a place in the final awaits. That'll be taking place on this pitch at around about 20 to 5. After that will follow the Cup final. But now this low scoring half compared with the matches we've just been witnessing, starting to draw to a close, so last chance perhaps for Wimbledon to try and level things up in terms of numbers of tries. Wraparound ball in midfield. This lad with the quick feet fortunately runs down a blind alley and gets mugged by the John Fisher players, who congratulate their teammate that did it. Half-time called then, 5-0 to John Fisher. So Wimbledon College now with the task of getting back into this game. Well taken by Carlos Rodriguez. Murphy fires it out wide. Brosh in the number 12 shirt, Wimbledon's captain. Timmy Olapade will have to ruck out Brosh. This is George John going round the outside, keeping the ball alive as well. No chasers at all. So John Fisher's number 9 can bring it back into play. This is the try scorer. The solitary try scorer so far, but putting in a forward pass there. It didn't look that way. But yeah, the referee was right on the spot. The referees today provided by the London Society of Rugby Football Union Referees, the largest society of referees in the world, no less. They're doing an admirable job officiating the tournament so far. Sapping heat for both officials and referees today. But Tom Murphy still has some energies, reserves in the bank. John Fisher ploughed through. Advantage was theirs, so if they've chosen to take it that way, that's up to them. Space out wide, but missed pass. Advantage no longer being played, so John Fisher playing themselves into some difficulty here. I'll have to put boot to ball, but it looks to be a good chase too. No sweeper back for Wimbledon. This is just a foot race. The captain, Joe Brosh for Wimbledon, puts in a tackle, but the John Fisher player steps out of it and offloads. It's going to be a double try. Brace for this man in John Fisher colours. Number 10, Alex Mason. Successful conversion, so John Fisher players congratulate themselves. It was a super breakout. When it comes to the latter stages of tournaments like this, late in the afternoon, it really is partly come down to who can keep running, who can keep themselves focused. Talent and organisation, that's for the morning stages. It's desire and energy reserves in the afternoon. And John Fisher, well, you might add discipline to that as well. Recklessly just lying all over the ball. And Murphy's pass is dropped by Olapade. So frustrating for him. We saw what he could do in the first half when the ball comes his way. Great feet and difficult to put down. Mason switches in midfield. Wimbledon turnover, however, and Olapade draws the man onto Murphy. Murphy getting ahead of steam up. blindsided by the John Fisher player, and they've won a penalty as well. That's superb defence from John Fisher's number 6. Penalty given in the end for holding on the floor. John Fisher now looking to try and seal this game. Mason has to tidy up. Now space out wide here. Olapade chases. Can he haul in John Fisher's number 8? He does admirably well, particularly against a bigger man. Mason chip through. This is another foot race here. It's going to bounce nicely, is it? Almost does. But the John Fisher player, well, looked to maybe have injured himself as he was running towards that ball, or in the process of trying to put it down. Our referee spied a knock on though, so the result of him putting it down confirmed as a knock on. Time back on, and for Wimbledon College, perhaps one last chance to have a final run with the ball. After this match, their day will be over. John Fisher will continue into the final. They'll now be thinking of that. Good hands though from Brosh, but initially held on to it and then knocking the ball on. But for both these sides, there is always next week. Roslyn Park National School 7 starting up from Monday, and these schools will no doubt be looking to improve on their performances here today, regardless of the result. Such a good warm-up event for the School 7s, the National School 7s, and it's a great tournament in its own right too. And John Fisher progressed to the final of the plate. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Wimbledon College. They played well in parts, but didn't put together that full performance and couldn't get over the whitewash in the end, but perhaps a match too far for them today. They reached the semi-final. They can be pleased with that. John Fisher march on.
Just to remind people that the matches next up will be John Leatherhead against Hampton on pitch 3, and Beaton Cliff against Cranley on pitch 4.
So the match is coming thick and fast here on pitch 1. Catching that ball, we have Cranley School in the blue and whites against Beechen Cliff School from Bath in the yellow and blue. Cranley looking to start where they left off in their quarter-final against Eton, in great form. Beechen Cliff, we saw them earlier on this pitch today. They look like a mighty fine team too. Our graphics will eventually catch up with us, but for now we're focusing on this attack by Cranley. It's building nicely. Run through the sets of hands a couple of times. Hugh Tizard this is, with the big size shirts for Cranley. Tom Nicole sets Cranley off on this left-hand side. Nice dummy and gets through the line, but Beechen Cliff get back. Now Nicole has to juggle with that. Finds Tizard. That's always a safe bet when you've got boots his size and shirts his size. An enormous fellow, and he easily goes in for Cranley's first try. I'm glad to say our graphics have finally caught up with us. Ed Cooper's long-range attempt just drifting to the left. So 5-0 to Cranley. This, of course, the semi-final of the Cup. Cranley starting this match playing left to right as they did against Eton, and they racked up a healthy half-time bank balance in that game. The restarts of Tom Nicole were crucial to that. Hasn't gone 10 though. Critical error at this stage of a tournament and at this stage of a match. Beechen Cliff's number 9 stepping out of a few tackles now, onto Will Curtis. Will Curtis storming up the middle. This is a great individual run from him, resulting in a try. Cranley standoffish in their defence and they were punished. Tom de Glanville adds the afters, so Beechen Cliff into the lead. Plucking that out of the sun was Cranley, but Beach-and-Cliff, my goodness, that's a fantastic restart. Straight back to the try scorer, Curtis. This time Cranley stand to attention. Or do they? Curtis, slippery customer. Lining up out wide are Beach-and-Cliff, but knocking the ball on. Giving Nicole a chance to find an exit strategy. It might turn out to be more than that. Tizard passed it on to his other teammate in a number 3 jersey, Will Barden. Or Jamie Barden, rather. De Glanville tidies up for Beach-and-Cliff. It's on out wide here for Beach-and-Cliff. That's Harry Short on the far side. This is Finn Dewar carving himself an opportunity and a try. Excellent play from Beach-and-Cliff's number 9. They are such a difficult side to contain. Happy to play any way. Neither through the forwards, neither through the backs. Neither possessive, neither direct. It's a bit of everything, their style. Kick miss though. The sun now shining very much in the eyes of the Cranley school players. And they're asked to have to look into it to pluck that one out. 2 Beach-and-Cliff players, well, they clattered into each other, didn't they? Neither of them seem irretrievably injured, and the ball goes dead. Unfortunate for Beach-and-Cliff, but it won't go back to the centre line. Only a 22. Actually a scrum from the Beach-and-Cliff knock-on. Formidable front row which Beach-and-Cliff putting together. Cranley's front row a little bit shorter overall, though they do have the hulking frame of Hugh Tizard. Beach-and-Cliff steal it though. Cranley not sure what went on there at all. De Glanville steps inside, lovely step from Tom De Glanville. Can he go all the way? It's a fantastic centres try. Ball pops out, saw a gap, and then had all the balance and strength he needed to go through. From a Cranley scrum, it's a Beach-and-Cliff try. And whenever that happens, you know you're in trouble. Cranley going to their corner. Presumably they know it's half-time. It is. 17 points to 5 at the turnaround. Beach-and-Cliff, great first half here. So just confirmation that at half-time Beech and Cliff did get that final conversion for their third try, so Cranley have a 14-point deficit to face. Beech and Cliff have that cushion to defend. They're not looking to do that now, they're right on the attack. The fast feet there on the right wing was from Finn Dewar, but Cranley draw them in to the centre and steal the ball. Nicole takes control. Chooses the right-hand side. Stepping and going here. Oh, Beech and Cliff just rip it out of the Cranley players' grasp. Really good defence from Beech and Cliff. Cranley a couple of players down on the far-hand side, so there'll be space here for Beech and Cliff if they can find it. It's up the middle, it turns out. Dewar. Short. Penalty, Beech and Cliff. No intention to slow things down. They are setting a really high tempo here for Cranley, trying to run them ragged. Great feat from Dewhurst. Cranley, though, do get their mitts on it. Great defence. And Nicole says, we'll play you at that game as well. Let's go quickly. Does he have the support? It looks like he does. Mike Upfold it was who gave Nicole the support there. Penalty to Cranley. Yellow card. How crucial will that be? Difficult to see what it was for. Upfold is down on the floor. And indeed will be taken off. Superb support he gave Nicole. He must have been begging his number 2 not to go quickly, but have a breather instead. But instead he kept pace, and now Cranley have this advanced position. What can they do from here? Stepping inside, aggressive play. Cranley go over and they're back in it. Just what they needed. Conversion was missed. 9 points down now, Cranley. 4 minutes to play. Secure catch from Tom de Glanville. He's becoming an ever more important player for this Beech and Cliff side. Bursting up through the middle. This is a great run too. Who can stop him from Cranley? Tom Nicole goes low and just about gets him. Will he be able to get the reinforcements to ensure he's at the floor? No, he can't. It's a as determined a try as you're ever going to see in sevens. Looked like it was Ned Newman who, despite having some of the stockiest legs in the side, he shows his pace just to bust forward. Great tackle from Nicole, but he couldn't do anything about Newman's determination to score that one. And that may be enough to see this Beech and Cliff side through. The points after are good too. The long shadows on this pitch 4 telling you that the day is drawing to a close, and for Beech and Cliff it will end with a place in the cup final. Cranley 16 points down in the shadow of their posts. Still playing though, and that's a creative bit of play going on the outside and trying to chip it in, but possession given away. Beach and Cliff are in no mood to be charitable either. They'll want more tries. Here's Will Curtis, who scored their first try and got the party started really for Beach and Cliff. It's been a comprehensive performance. De Glanville, it's so energetic in these latter stages in this match. Firm tackle there from Cranley, and they steal the ball too. Cooper, long pass. Now it's out to the far right-hand wing. Cranley have support just about, but Beach and Cliff have their hands all over it. Pick and go. Good hands, really good hands from Cranley. They deserve that score, although it isn't a score. Looked like for all the world the referee put his hands up to indicate he had, but he hadn't reached the line, so Beach and Cliff play on, and Cranley, well, there's only 3 players back there at the moment. Now there's 4. They are on their feet. This ball not wanting to go out at all, but here is a try for Ed Cooper. Unfortunately for Cranley, time has run out on them. Cooper's try, nothing but a consolation now, really. Great attempt from that conversion, though. So Cranley, the holders of the Roslyn Park National School Sevens, after their victory last year, beating Harrow in that final. Wonder how they'll take this defeat. Well, certainly there, Harry Sargent did not like the look of that restart one bit, and Will Curtis doesn't want to give up on this semi-final yet. He's not thinking about what lies in wait. Duar. Now look like Tom de Glanville on the far side. Cranley determined to finish this match on their terms. Chip through, and although it looked risky, there's loads of space for Cranley. Cooper just can't take it. Beach and Cliff, arms aloft. They go through to the cup final. Cranley, their journey here ends in the semi-finals. They'll now be looking forward to next week and trying to defend their crown at the Roslyn Park School Sevens. Beach and Cliff looking to lift silverware later today. The cup final will be on this pitch just after 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit after that. But do stay with us now for the second semi-final. So welcome to the action here in this final. The graphics have caught up with us, and apologies for the technical fault just at the start of the match, but Caterham have the ball in their hands and looking for their first score in this plate final. John Fisher, resolute defence there. Not too sure what they were playing at when they were throwing the ball underneath their post right from kickoff, but they've now got the ball in their hands. Came through their semi-final against Wimbledon College, winning that one 12 points to 0. John Fisher really happy to play the ball out of their own try line, although they knocked the ball on, and this is a good chance for Caterham. Difficult fella to put down. Tyler Norwood earns a penalty as well. Ben Oliver sets free his winger. Norwood juggles with it. Indicates he might think about a kick. Caterham going backwards, although they still have the ball. Patient play, and John Fisher just let the Caterham player go through, stepping inside. This could be an unexpected score from number 19, Will Driscoll. Could barely believe it himself that he managed to go through that gap. Fine step though to beat the fullback. Caterham go 5-0 to the good. Sharif kicks off and almost reclaimed. But John Fisher now have a chance to get back in this. They'll really be cursing that try. Seemed to be quite easily preventable, but there was just enough doubt in the minds of the John Fisher players to let that Caterham player just goes through. Roars from the side are from the Caterham fans as they hold up John Fisher, stopping another attack. This time Caterham's turn to concede possession. Finally the players on this pitch have the chance to seek some shade. It's been a brutally hot day for everyone competing here, right from around about 10:30 when the sun came out properly. Now John Fisher have a chance here, and this fella who set things up so well in their semi-final against Wimbledon College is going to put them back on level terms in the tri-stakes here. Really good try from him. Scores in the corner where you can see Hampton School gathering. They'll be on in the cup final shortly. But that try from John Fisher's playmaker. The try remains unconverted. Great kickoff from John Fisher. Can set up another attack here. Caterham having to chase John Fisher players' shirts now. The balance of this first half shifting definitely in the favour of the Purley-based John Fisher. Half-time, Caterham just ahead, but John Fisher hot on their heels.
Just to remind everyone that the final of the main competition will follow the match being played in the Surrey Flex final at the moment, and pitch 4 between Hampton and Beacon Cliff, and it was due to kick off at 5:05.
Who's on that? Who's on that? Well done, Az. Well done, Az. Good boy. Boy.
Caterham starting this half with the intention of wresting control in the match back to them. John Fisher ended it so well, but in this man they have a real speedster, number 23, stretching his legs, and he goes in without a finger being placed on him. Superb try, potentially a match-winning try. Such has been the deadlock in this match so far. Well, less of a deadlock, more they've just been marking each other's cards, and John Fisher were hammering heavily on the door towards the end of that first half. Az Sharif, who attempts the conversion, but it does go well wayward. Almost a body slam there from the Caterham player on the John Fisher, on his John Fisher opponent. Penalty given, says the referee. Caterham player is down, so we'll just have some time off for the moment. It does look to be something serious enough to end his day, and perhaps a shoulder injury or elbow. Nasty end to this player's day. But the pause for breath would have been welcome for the remaining players on the pitch, and John Fisher looking to make the most of the break as they charge upfield. This is John Fisher's playmaker and talisman. Good rocking from Caterham, though. They look to have stolen it, and that indeed they have. Now again, this man, we've just seen what he can do, and from a similar position he's going to do exactly the same, is he? Yes, he is, storming down the touchline, cutting in to go in under the post too. Seemingly he can do it at will. Simple case for Caterham of just getting it to the gas man and letting him do the rest. It's such a simple game when you have a player in your ranks who can burn everyone else off the park. Sharif with the conversion. Now Caterham with the sun in their eyes, but they'll be feeling very good about themselves, closing in on this plate final victory. That said, a lot can change in 4 minutes, so they will be on their guard to the danger of John Fisher, especially when they go through the gears and they have it in the hands of mans like their number 10, and this man as well, stretching his legs now, storming into the 22 and coasting now, really sticking to the shadows. Apologies for the picture disappearing there. Seems we're overheating a little bit as well ourselves. But back online now for the rest of this plate final. John Fisher having just scored, getting themselves back into it, but now, once again, going round the outside. It's going to be a hat-trick for number 23. He has completely destroyed John Fisher down this touchline in this first half and second half. In fact, he destroyed a whole number of teams today. That time, with even less space to work with, exactly the same result. Hat-trick in the plate final. Chapeau. Caterham recollect from that kickoff. This time, their gas man, he already has 3 tries to his name, so he gives it inside to his teammate, who shows that he can dance as well. Good stepping and really powerful play. It was as if John Fisher could hardly lay a finger on him. Caterham now in complete control, and a nice moment for Caterham's number 3 to take home with him. That was Josh Fatoye. And the referee says that will be the final act of this plate final. Caterham worthy winners of it. John Fisher, well, they just ran out of steam ultimately, and they faced in Caterham a side with an ace card in their number 23. Fine performance from Caterham. Commiserations to John Fisher. Do stay with us now, as we will be bringing you the cup final of the Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Senior Sevens. So welcome to the centrepiece of today's Gulliver Sports Travel's Surrey Senior Sevens, the cup final, contested between Beecham Cliff School and Hampton. Beecham Cliff playing from left to right in the gold and blue shirts, and Hampton playing in the black. Hampton getting a chance early on to see if they can create something from a tap and go. Will Verdun, this is the man who has done so much damage to opponents in this tournament, and almost squeezed an opportunity there for George Tistis to try and find a score, but he put it to the floor. So scrum to Beach and Cliff. Beach and Cliff having come through their semi-final against Cranley. Hampton having beaten St John's Leatherhead. Close game, that one, for Hampton. They just edged it 15-12, and now they are facing Beach and Cliff in full flight. This is Finn Dewar going round the outside. Lung-bursting run for him to start the match. He's done it enough times today. Such a danger man for them, as is their number 6. Watch out for him, Alex Dewhurst and Ned Newman. Hampton now running through the gears, and this man has serious gas too, wide on the outside, and now does he have the angle to cut in? Not quite. Beach and Cliff defence. Alex Dewhurst, full credit for not letting him commit to either side and making the tackle. Ball's recycled. Verdun sees a gap, runs into Curtis, boshes him off, and now it will be the first try for Hampton. George Tistis, he almost scored one a minute ago in a similar corner from a pass for Verdun, and this time the duo do put it together. Kick will be taken by Rowan Grundy, who's been a little bit hit and miss from his conversions. Let's see what his form is like in the final. Well, from distance, it wasn't a badly shaped kick at all, but comfortably to the left of the posts. No extra length to the halves in the final. They'll be staying at 7 minutes aside. Of course, if things are tied up after 14 minutes, then we'll go into extra time and there'll be 5-minute halves, but the rule is first score wins in that situation. Beach and Cliff work their way out of a little bit of trouble there. Here is Curtis. Goes it alone, no support, but when it does arrive, it's in this form of strong Hampton players. Now Tom de Glanville sees a gap for himself, puts it in a one-on-one fend. Now has to flick it out the back, desperate attempt to keep it in. Hampton take it and keep it in. Now they have a chance themselves. The field completely opening up in front of Hampton. Beach and Cliff try and shut the door. Hampton one try up already. This is Verdun. But Beach and Cliff eventually just get a strong arm in there on the Hampton player, however. Hampton do have the put into this scrum from a Beach and Cliff knock-on. Well, high quality play there. Hampton having the energy and the desire to be able to run it out after that desperate defence is impressive enough. Tistis going himself to Glanville, grabs him, and now this is Hampton going for their second score. It's Ned Newman in the number 7 shirt. Newman goes round the outside to give Hampton a really strong foothold now in this final. Hampton kick-off, but they squander it. Chance for Beach-and-Cliff then to get back in it. Apologies, mistaken identity there for the Hampton scorer. It was actually Louis Liner, the number 7, who'd got over the line. This is Dewhurst for Beach-and-Cliff. De Glanville. Now Beach-and-Cliff have to regather. De Glanville brings it in. Little show and go. Curtis picks it up. Curtis still fighting his way to the line. Now it is Newman, the number 7, who goes over for Beach-and-Cliff. The referee, though, wants to have consultation with his touch judges. He does give it, so Beach-and-Cliff on the score sheet now in the formidable shape of Ned Newman. We had him down as having scored well for Hampton. Apologies for that. It was actually, of course, Louis Liner. But Ned Newman does get his try in this final. So half-time is called 10-5 to Hampton. Beach-and-Cliff have it all to do in the second half if they are to lift this title. Hampton in control at the moment. Beach-and-Cliff now receiving the ball. They brought themselves right back into it with that try just before half-time from Ned Newman. Really well worked by Beach-and-Cliff. They never give up. That's what they've shown throughout this tournament. Such a difficult side to beat. Hampton are doing it at the moment, though. 2 superb scores in the first half. One of them by that man who has his hands all over the ball now, Louis Liner. Newman. Here's Findoir setting off upfield, as is his wont, stretching his legs now, the man in the blonde boots. Can he go all the way to level things up on the score sheet? He can. Findoir, fine start to the second half for Beach-and-Cliff College. And with the kick to come, will it be Findoir himself to try and convert his kick? It won't be. It will be Louis Aliff. Who is wayward and without the distance for that one. So 10-all now. This cup final stands on a knife edge. Both these sets of players have 6 games in their legs from today. 6.5 games rather. They just have under 7 minutes remaining to try and secure the title for their school. Liner ties it up. Great skills from Hampton as they run it through the hands. And now their winger sets off. One man to beat, and it's Finn Dewar. Can he pull him away? Dewar gets his man, but he's got support inside. And Hampton just go up another gear in this final. Great support lines. Tracking back from Beech and Cliff's school, it was impressive, but they couldn't stop the momentum from Hampton. And from some distance, the kick is put over by Rowan Grundy. How crucial might that be? We mentioned earlier that Grundy had been hit and miss with his kicking, but that was very much on the money, and how crucial could it be? Penalty, Beech and Cliff. No hint of a pause for either sets of players. De Glanville, Curtis, now Newman. It's been a familiar trio, those three today. De Glanville has just grown and grown into this tournament, the number 20 for Beech and Cliff. Harry Short now finding some space on the right wing. That ruck taking place on the far side by Hampton players, and you can see how delighted they are. So only for the second time today have we seen a kick for touch in a high stakes game. Wellington chose to do it earlier in their last 16 match. And now Hampton here, and they do manage to win the set piece, so wise decision, controlling possession, and now it's a chance for Liner again. Puts in the fend, and Liner will go in for his second try, and perhaps the one that seals the title for Hampton. Really good finish from Louis Liner. Scored one in the first half, now has one in the second. And Grundy, well, he slotted one from the other side from a similar distance and angle. Can he do the same here? No, he can't. So the score is 22 points to 10 to Hampton. Now they just have to stay focused, the boys in black. And they choose to go deep and ask Beecham Cliff School to run it back. Chip and chase. This is from Dewhurst. Dewhurst all over the Hampton player, but superb rucking there. They get the ball into Liner's hands, who's on a hat-trick, is Louis Liner. Now it's the time for a bit of stuff it up your jumper stuff from Hampton, but Beecham Cliff turn it over. Dewar goes on. Curtis. Penalty, Hampton. And an extra 10 metres for back chat, presumably. Hampton can now, well, they think they can just kick it out to win the title, can they? Looks like they can. Indeed they do. Hampton take the Gulliver Sports Travel Senior Sevens title. Fantastic result for them. They've outplayed Beecham Cliff School here, and it's finished 22 points to 10. Heroic effort in the end in the final. They had to contend with Beecham Cliff's additional size and some of the hardest running players at this tournament today. Have to mention Dispatch's Finn Dewar and Will Curtis from Beecham Cliff School. They together, along with, well, the whole team really, but also Ned Newman, they performed admirably throughout today, and in that final they really put the test on Hampton, but they stood up to it and they've come through it. Victory for Hampton then. Do stay with us as we go into the presentations. You can see the table just being set up in front of us here. We'll take a quick pause and we'll be back with the presentations for all the winners today. But final confirmation here, Hampton have taken the title against Beecham Cliff School.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the conclusion of the actual playing of the tournament. So before we make the presentations, I'd just like to say a few thank yous for today. First off, to our main sponsors of the tournament, Gulliver Sports Travel. Thank you very much indeed for your sponsorship of the tournament, and I hope that everything's worked well today, and certainly we've seen lots of games being streamed live. Secondly, I'd like to thank the Richmond Athletic Club for allowing us to host the tournament here today. Next, I'd like to thank Michelle and all the medics, the physiotherapists, etc., for their help. For Malcolm and Tony, who sadly have gone home but ran the scoring cup. Mark Lowe and Gary, who organised the tournament. All the referees from the London Society, thank you very much for your contribution today. It's very much appreciated. The young lads who were working on the scoreboards from the King's College University, for their contribution in helping making sure that all the results were up and got through to school sports. And finally, the group of spectators, coaches, and most importantly, the players, whether you got knocked out in the pool match and didn't win a game, right the way through to the finalists, both in plate and in the main competition. Without further ado, I would like first the runners-up of the plate to come forward, with your captain coming last, please. That is John Fisher. So you'd like to come forward, guys, and receive your memento as runners-up in plate competition in Surrey. Well done, guys. The rest of the team, guys.
So just in case our microphones aren't picking up the loudspeaker, you're seeing John Fisher School pick up their runners-up medals for the plate competition. Those medals being handed out by the team at Gulliver Sports Travels, our sponsors here today. And our great thanks for their involvement and commitment to the Surrey School Sevens. And now the victors. Hampton School. Apologies, this is obviously, of course, Caterham. Getting a little bit overexcited. Caterham School finished as the winners of the plate. What a team they are, and it's particularly this man, number 23, picking up his award now. Che Chubachua scored a hat-trick in that final, and seemingly it just looked like he could score whenever he wanted to.
Well done, Caterham School. Well done, John Fisher. And now to the main competition.
So now time for the awards for the main competition. Beach and Cliff School from down in Bath. What a tournament they've put together. Many people's fancied team to win the final, given that they'd beaten Millfield early in the day. But they met a Hampton side on top of their game.
the best of luck in next week's National School Sevens as well. Just a reminder that this tournament next year will be on Wednesday the 7th of March. So Wednesday the 7th of March 2018, put in your diary. So the winners of the 2017 Gulliver Sports Travel Surrey Sevens are Hampton School.
The cheers go up then for Hampton School, the winners of the Gulliver Sports Travels Surrey Senior Sevens. Worthy winners as well. And I believe lurking at the back is one of Hampton's players of the day, Will Verdon.
Well done, Mitchell Cliff. Well done, Hampton School.
Collecting the cup as well. Nice moment for him, and fine end to the tournament here.
So a huge thank you to the presentation party. And if I don't see you in the National School Sevens next week, ladies and gentlemen, have a safe journey home. And that's it from us. And take your own.
So as the Hampton players just gather their thoughts and celebrate their victory, local lads just from down the road in Twickenham really. That concludes our coverage for the Gulliver Sports Travel Senior Sevens really. My great thanks to you all for watching, and hope you've enjoyed the coverage. From us in the truck, it's goodbye and have a very good evening.